Let's do something. Just give me a minute. We're going to get started. What am I doing? Why is it not cancelled? Why is it not? Yeah, that's it. It should know. Gosh, this thing isn't working. It is not working. Let's see. Hey, Chude, good to see you. I don't know why this thing is not working. Oh, thank you, Ambrosia. Thank you. Right, let's see. Why is this thing not? Why is it not working? Let's see. I'll try again. If it doesn't, then I'll just leave it. Okay. I could just stay here with these people. Hello, Bolalang. Hello. Hello, everyone. Good to see you as well, Chude. Good to see you. We are asking questions. People are leaving Christianity. Guys, people are leaving Christianity. Not only are they leaving, they are challenging. Yes, I got my main account back. Yes. So nearly 11 p.m. my time. So I've just not long got it back. So yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. Yes, I did get it back, but thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. So guys, a lot of people are starting to ask questions. People are starting to wake up. People are starting to wake up. They say, no more. This religion, what's going on here? And especially young people. Lots of young people. Juad, please let me know if you can hear me. Please let me know if you hear me okay on YouTube. YouTube following, can you hear me? YouTube, please let me know if you can hear me. Questions are essential. Absolutely. We need to ask questions. Any religion that tells you, any ideology that tells you that you cannot question, don't question God. Don't question your leader. Don't question. Just know that you are in a slave camp. Any religion you cannot question, whether it is the one of the Bible, whether it is the one, whichever one, the one from the Arab people. Listen, any religion that tells you you have to follow like a mumu, just know that it doesn't have your best interest. Said religion does not have your best interest. And it is time to flee, time to run away. Give me a second. I'll try and put this thing here. Any religion that tells you, you must not question God, you must not it's, listen, Ambrosia, you're over here as well. Question. If told not to, you have to question. Hey, Curtis, 975. Hello. Welcome, everyone. Please tap on your screens. If you're on YouTube, give the stream a thumbs up. So, what I want to do is, I want us to look at a group of Christians. A group of Christians came together to have conversation. The conversation they were having, they were just having their own conversation. But for me, the conversation they were having indicates that it's only a matter of time. It is only a matter of time. These people, I adore you too, Ambrosia. Listen, these people having this conversation, it is only a matter of time they will wake up. They will wake up. Wait, let me do something quickly. I want to tag the person whose video I am going to be using right now. I want to tag him so that he will see this stream. He will see it. Because I don't know why they are not seeing it. I don't know why they are not seeing it. Oh, sugar, what did I do? Sorry, 1 second, please. Hey, I'm having a bit of technical. How does one go this way? Okay, let's see. Okay. Looking beautiful as always. Hey, GMS Nightmare. Thank you. Hey, Stark. Hey, Anouk from the Azores. Oh, Azore. That's such a nice name. That is such a nice name. That's such a nice name. Okay, we're going to get started. People on TikTok, I'm going to be playing a video. So I'll show you the video. There's not a lot of moving parts to this video, right? It's just a group of people sitting down and having conversations. So you don't really need to see the video, but I will show you, right? If you see on TikTok, if you see over here, the guy in the suit, right? Thank you, Star. The guy in the orange or brownish, him. It's his podcast. His name is Chude. Chude is a Nigerian podcaster. He usually brings people on, they have conversations, and it was interesting listening to these people. And I am asking the question, why are you people not seeing it? The handwriting is on the wall. But don't worry, you see it. Bakanga. Hey, Bakanga, hi. The handwriting is on the wall. It is time to start asking these questions. Yes. This trajectory that we are on. You see this where we are going. You know how we are going, the way we are going like this, that people are asking. See, 10 years ago, there were no people like myself online. You have Bakanga over here. 10 years ago, did you see people challenging these religions? If there were, they would have been white, male, older gentlemen with their, like professors with their glasses all the way here. I speak for atheism and the atheists. But you know something? It is a new era. Things are happening. People are talking. People are questioning. Me, I'm here for it. I am here for this. So, okay, let me show you guys this group of us having conversations, but yet they are not seeing it. I don't. But it is going to become apparent when you see this video that these people are saying exactly what we are saying. Just give me a minute. Let me. No? Okay, this is it here. Okay, so just a minute. The thing is freezing a little bit, and I don't know why. Okay, all right. I hope you guys can see the video. Okay, so people watching on TikTok, I will show you the group of people. These are Christians, right? Having conversations, and you will hear them. But let me just make sure that you're able to hear the video. Give me a minute. Right, how do I? Right, this is it here. Should I move it this way? I shall be glad the day I become tech savvy. I'll be so glad. Wait, let's see.
Evening church, and then each church.
Why is this not playing? Come on. Sorry, just 1 second. I don't know why I'm having difficulties. What's happening? Just 1 second. Who put a spanner in the works? I listen. It might be the devil. Who knows? Might be the devil. That naughty devil might just be onto me. For whatever reason, this isn't working. Okay, so let's see if it works now. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see.
Rules.
But every church calls themselves Bible believing church.
No, I'm just saying. That's the general thing. You become born again, or they say
Bible believing church.
So every church. So not naming any names.
Yeah.
Right. So rules.
Can you hear the video? Or
Yes, something just came to mind while she was speaking. I think this.
Can you hear the video on YouTube?
Poverty.
You can.
The culture of poverty has been so instilled into our system that when you're coming to church, you're always looking for a way to run out from poverty. Poverty as a bait for you and tell you how they not. Sometimes some pastors they wrap poverty.
Goodness, 1 second. Let's see. Audio. Okay, let's see if we can hear it now. I don't know.
In a way that you're even scared of poverty, number one. Number two, you're struggling with how to come out. And because of...
I don't know what's happening.
The fact that you are ignorant. Second one is ignorant. You don't know. You don't ask question. You don't want to ask question because you shouldn't ask question. So all these things have just been the thing that could make people believe that I have generational curse. So today I was talking with my husband and some friends. I said there are people that will not understand generational curse.
There we go.
Not because I don't know why they will not, because of where they are coming from.
Yes. There we go.
They came from.
Just one sec. I'll start it from the beginning. And please do not forget, these are a group of Christians having conversation. And so how is it that they're not seeing what we are seeing? They're saying everything we have been saying, but yet, how is the penny not dropping? How are these people not seeing it? That religion is a scam. And that religion they are talking about is one of the biggest scams known to man. The biggest scam known to man is that a virgin was impregnated by a ghost for the sole purpose of a sky daddy trying to forgive humans. And the only way he could forgive was to put his baby inside this young child, have her give birth to his son, wait for that one to grow up. When he hits the age of 30, yes, now let him go and do ministry. After his ministry, all right, now it's time to go and be sacrificed. I mean, that is the biggest scam known to man. If you believe that, unfortunately, you have been hoodwinked. Hey, so, if you believe that there was a sky daddy up in the sky telling his son, you go down and let us forgive these human beings so that they don't all go to the fire that we prepared for them. If you believe that, brainwashing 101. That is the definition of brainwashing right there. Just 1 second. Okay, so let's go and hear what these believers are saying. Please listen to the believers, and I will show you guys, okay? On TikTok, I will show you a little bit. But let's see. So, and I will give commentary because it's very interesting. What is
you have to find the Bible-believing church, and then each church comes with rules.
But every church calls themselves Bible-believing church.
No, I'm just saying. That's the general thing. If you become born again, or find yourself
Bible-believing church.
So every church. So not naming any names.
Yeah.
Right. So rules. You can do this. You can't do that. You can. I think what the church is doing itself a disservice, and it's actually breaking itself down rather than building itself up. And we will see in the next generation the impact of that.
Yeah, something just came to mind while she was speaking. I think this culture of poverty, the culture of poverty has been so instilled into our system that when you're coming to church, you're always looking for a way to run out from poverty. So they use poverty as a bait for you and tell you how they're not. Sometimes some pastors, they wrap poverty in a way that you're even scared of poverty, number one. Number two, you're struggling with how to come out. And because of the fact that you are ignorant, second one is ignorant. You don't know. You don't ask question. You don't want to ask question because you shouldn't ask question. So all these things have just been the thing that could make people.
Just sorry, guys. Let me start again from the beginning. Sorry about this.
You have to find the Bible-believing church, and then each church comes with rules.
But every church calls themselves Bible-believing church.
No, I'm just saying. That's the general thing. If you become born again, or find yourself
Bible-believing
church. So every church. So not naming any names.
Right.
So rules. You can do this. You can't do that. You can. I think what the church is doing itself a disservice, and it's actually breaking itself down rather than building itself up. And we will see in the next generation the impact of that.
Yeah, something just came to mind while she was speaking. I think this culture of poverty, the culture of poverty has been so instilled into our system that when you're coming to church, you're always looking for a way to run out from poverty. So they use poverty as a bait for you and tell you how they're not. Sometimes some pastors, they wrap poverty in a way that you're even scared of poverty, number one. Number two, you're struggling with how to come out. And because of the fact that you are ignorant, second one is ignorant. You don't know. You don't ask questions. You don't want to ask questions because you shouldn't ask questions. So all these things have just been the thing that could make people believe that I have generational curse. So today I was talking with my husband and some friends. I said there are people that will not understand generational curse. Not because I don't know why they will not, because of where they are coming from.
Yes.
They came from a home that understands structure, system.
Yeah.
They understand, they have seen wealth.
Yeah.
They have been exposed.
Yeah.
They've been well traveled. No religious spirit is pushing them anywhere. So now you wake up and tell those kind of children that they have generational code. It is because some of them are exposed and they are well informed. So they can't see it. But you see, anybody coming from a very, very poor background, that generational cause, and it will always pursue you because everything in your environment is
supporting the pieces.
I like what they say. So generational curse, whatever, can be a targeted message to a particular group of
That was what the leader said. Something like 7 years. Something like when I interviewed him, when he went to Ukraine, he was preaching generational prosperity. Nobody came because they're not suffering. They're not suffering in Ukraine. Like, and there's sexual security now.
So preachers go to other parts of the world. They go to Ukraine and they want to go and preach generational curse over there. And nobody's buying that bullshit. What's generational curse in Ukraine? So this is why you must understand that this religion is very, very specific to the people that they are targeting. Very specific to the people that they're targeting. Generational curse. Who is the person? Who is the person that is cursing me generationally? Excuse me? What do you mean by generational curse? What is that even? Guys, if you believe that there is a thing called a generational curse, like I said, you have been hoodwinked. You have been bamboozled. Somebody has done a number on you. If anyone says that you have a generation, ask them, which of my generation? No. How did we accept things like this? How? A generational curse. You must tell me who in my family was the one that received the curse. What exactly was their curse? Why were they cursed? I want a date. I want a time. Who is the one cursing them? And why am I taking part of that curse? How does this make sense? So these people that believe in generational curses don't realize that if indeed this generational curse thing is true, if it is true, so whatever you are doing today will come back and haunt the generations of people that are coming after you, to your 10th generation. And you like that, do you? You like that? You want to leave that sort of mess behind? This is just, it's crazy. It's crazy. It is foolish, Ambrosia. It is. I appreciate you, Ambrosia. And Nat, you got a membership. Hey, that's wonderful. Generational curse is a scam. They are scamming you. Anyone that tells you that, they need you to believe it so that you will ask them, oh, how can I be saved from my generational curse, please? How can I be saved from my generational curse? No, what did I just do? Oh, sugar, I wasn't trying to do that. They want you to ask them, how can I? Please save me, help me. They don't have a clue what they are talking about, these people. So they have found means to deceive our people and talk about a generational curse. And hello, radical media warrior. Please just give me a minute. Let me just try and get a little bit into this video, because generational curse, who is that? Empress God's child said, anybody who curses me, it's to go back to sender because they are all madness. I don't know back to sender. I don't know about back to sender. Why back to sender? Why back to sender? I personally do not believe that curses are a thing. I mean, like, okay, so let me understand. So because I'm not a believer in God or any of these things. So if I curse someone, right, curse anybody, are you saying that there is someone out there who is listening to my curse and is deciding, yeah, we are going to enact whatever curse that she is cursing. We are going to put it on the people that she is, come on now. Anyway, let's continue. So back to sender. Nothing is going back to anybody. Nothing.
There's good government. It's like
they structure the system.
They don't understand.
It's like wrong market.
Change message. Error. Change message.
That's so true.
So you see, that's why some of our pastors, when they travel out of the shore of Nigeria, Africa, their ministry struggle because they are not making sense.
They are
not talking to the people because their minds are not on the same level. So poverty is keeping us. Knowledge, ignorance is keeping us. So that is why we believe. But you see, even the church is raising a new breed of people that are beginning to ask questions.
The God you worship sounds very different from the God I know. There's a dissonance somewhere. There's a disconnect. And that's why I'm like, I will take anybody on. And I'm like, tell me what you know. Tell me where you got it from. Let me help. The reason we don't question or push back is because we don't really know. We're not certain about whether God spoke to us. So when somebody else comes and says, charisma, the name is charisma. It's charisma, but it's not the normal charisma. It's with a K. K is what I hear. I hear this.
Yes.
Yes. 3 times.
Yeah.
You sing. I see you speaking. I see you with a microphone. I don't know whether it's but that's the posture.
Yeah.
And then we go, and then we do that, and then it embeds. But why does it embed? We are not certain in our relationship with this person.
Yeah.
We are not certain.
Okay, she's talking about being certain of your relationship with Sky Daddy up there. It's not a thing. You cannot be certain of a relationship with someone that you have no idea whether they exist or not. You have in your head what you think is a relationship to somebody up there. You've not seen that person. You never heard it. You don't know whether the thing is there or not. But in your head, you have a relationship with Sky Daddy. It's up there. And the two of you are in a loving relationship. You are in a monogamous relationship with Sky Daddy. But Sky Daddy is in a polyamorous relationship with you because Sky Daddy is in a relationship with others as well. But you're in a monogamous because he's your one and only God. But sadly, you are one of many. So for him, he's not only in a relationship with you, he's in a relationship with others. That is, if he exists. But he would have to exist for you to be in a relationship with it. It, he, her, whatever this thing is. Right. So
truly hear the person's voice, we are not certain of the real character of this person. We can't go to war to defend it. So when somebody comes and says, you lost this person, the Lord gives and the Lord takes away, blessed be the name of the God, you are not certain that it's a hospital error and that you should be mad and that you should say, because I was holding a seminar once and I said, and I was talking about forgiveness, and I said, you need to forgive yourself. You need to forgive the people that hurt you. And then I came to the last part and I said, you need to forgive God. You need to forgive God. And first of all, it was like shock, like forgive God. And then people just started breaking down. Because for the first time, they could admit that God did them wrong. Like, you didn't show up for me now. You were supposed to show up when my mother was sick.
Hey, these are Christians who talking about their fellow Christians need to forgive God. Hey. Huh? So this is where we're at now. We're trying to forgive God because he didn't show up. Oh, wow. I didn't think I would see the day when believers would feel the need to forgive their sky daddy. Why are we even forgiving the guy? What has he done to you guys? Huh? What has your sky daddy done to you that you would need to forgive him? I mean, she said he doesn't show up when you lose your mother, when you know, things happen. He didn't show. So now we need to forgive him. Really? All right. Okay. I'm here for it, because that's your God. If we all as humans come together, if he exists, we all must come together and tell the God about himself. Exactly. Because that character up there needs our forgiveness, not the other way around. That character needs our forgiveness. Please, Empress, what are you saying? God always, what are you saying? God always shows up. They do not forgive God because they feel he should show up as they want him to. He would have to exist for him to show up. Empress, first you will have to prove that this your God exists. Then we can take it from there. We can start to ask whether the God forgives, or he, what shows up, or whatever the hell the God does. But first, is he up there? Is the question. Right. So let's continue.
You were supposed to show up when I prayed for my you're supposed to show up and get me that job. You were supposed to show up and not make that person rape me. You were supposed to show up and you did not show up. And I trusted you. I remember there's a friend of mine who came to Bible school and was raped.
Wow.
Because she traveled all the way for Bible school. I'm like, you should be angry with God. You should be angry with God. And I said,
can you imagine going to Bible school and getting raped? They tell you to worship God. Find God for yourself. Call on him. He will show himself to you. Go to church. Go to a Bible-believing church. Go and do. And somebody has gone. And look what happens while at Bible study. I bet it was the pastor who even did it. I bet it was the pastor who did the grape himself. Hey, Rainbow Rev. In Nigeria, we copy whatever the West does. We are living Christianity because they have left it. I don't know if I would agree with that. I don't know if I would agree with that, but there might be some level of truth to what you're saying. It's possible. It's possible. But however you live. Whether the West are doing it, whether whoever. Look, it was not yours to begin with. It was not yours to begin with. So I don't know what you're still doing there, but you know, that's on you.
Forgive him. Forgive her. However you want to couch this person, forgive the person. And at first, there's a lady who said, why are we forgiving God? I said, it's fantastic you can ask that question. Leave the people who know what I'm talking about to deal with their emotion. And it was the rawest seminar because people started admitting they're hurt. It's one thing to hurt and resent a person. It's another thing not to be able to admit this because you are forced into a love relationship with that person. It's like the strongest form of bondage. So religion puts you in bondage. I have to love my kidnapper.
Hey.
Should we ring the bell? Should we ring the bell? Bagam? Wait, let me understand. These are a bunch of religious people. And did that not make them think? She just said religion puts you in bondage. Oh, you didn't know that? You're just getting the memo. But I think these are the group of people that say Christianity is not a religion. It's a relationship. It's a relationship. It's a ship. Yeah. You see, so they don't want to see it as a religion. So for them, they can easily separate themselves. Oh, but religion is what did she call it? A bondage. Let me hear. I want to hear that thing again. Say what? No, you just said it's just a bondage. I agree with you, my dear. And just so you know, you guys sitting in this thing, yeah, y'all are in the bondage. If you identify as the believer in Jesus, you're in bondage. Yeah, it's that simple.
And I said, forgive him.
Adopting
forgive her. However you want to couch this person, forgive the person. And at first, there's a lady who said, why are we forgiving God? I said, it's fantastic you can ask that question. Leave the people who know what I'm talking about to deal with their emotion. And it was the rawest seminar because people started admitting they're hurt. It's one thing to hurt and resent a person. It's another thing not to be able to admit this because you are forced into a love relationship with that person. It's like the strongest form of bondage. So religion puts you in bondage. I have to love my kidnapper.
Hey.
What did you just say?
I was right now. Like, wait a minute.
I have to love my kidnapper.
I didn't beg you to come and ransom me.
Oh.
Oh my word. I have to explain. Maybe if your way was that you could have left me to deal with things the way I didn't beg you to come and ransom me. I didn't beg you to come and convict me.
Yes, moving from one bondage to another.
And then you moved me to a seriouser bondage than what I thought. You hear people say, if I was in the world, I would have done this to you. And I'm like, yeah. Because now I'm now here. I can't do what I would have done to solve the problem. You are not solving the problem. They are telling me God said he will revenge. He will pay. You are not solving the problem. I want to go and beat up somebody and at least know that problem is solved. Then I have to smile at you and say, but Father, I thank you. In spite of all of this, I thank you so
like my uncle. Damina.
This is the doctrine of turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek. I'm telling you, do not be fooled by the believers in Jesus. Don't be fooled by them. They listen. When they, the Lord have mercy on you. Look, deep within their heart, they've already whacked you. It's already been done. But they just, Jesus said, turn the other cheek. Or whoever. Who was one that said turn the other cheek? It was Jesus, right? Jesus said, did you turn the other cheek? That turn the other cheek doctrine has made a lot of degenerates just walk free. They've free, forgive. It was the devil that made me do it. I was it was the devil that made me do it. Somebody hurt me recently They hurt me to my core. They hurt me so bad. It left me traumatized. And the person turned around and said to me, a non-believer, it was the devil that made them do it. They said it. They said it was the devil that made them do what they did to me. Can you imagine? You hurt somebody, and then the very next day, I'm sorry, it was the devil. No, fuck you. What stupid devil? What devil are you talking about? We need to have these conversations, people. And I'm enjoying the fact that these are believers. But how are they not seeing the writing on the wall? Hey, goddess. How are these people not seeing the writing on the wall? You are saying what we are saying. If only you would dig further. If only you will carry on. You're ready. This what they're talking about. This is Deconstruction 101. But in their case, they want to separate a relationship with God from religion. It's no, I have the beautiful relationship. Ship is my ship. Yes, me and Jesus, we are in a ship. Me and God, we are inside one ship. Hey, James Anderson, the devil made me do it. I'm never responsible for my actions. It was the devil. The devil. I'm telling you, look, listen. Believers, I would be very careful saying that the devil made me do this, the devil, because listen, if the devil exists, does it not occur to you that this is the man that your book says he is walking to and fro the earth, looking to steal, unalive, and destroy. He's walking. And you are busy sitting there and accusing him of something he hasn't done. If the devil exists, look, for every time the believer says it was the devil that made me do it, I bet he's taking record. He's taking record of your accusation. Oh, why is this thing doing it? He's taking record of your accusation. You know why? On that judgment day, just when you think, hey, my God, they're going to let me into heaven. Heaven, here I come. Hey, God, my race is done. Finally, I fought the good fight. Let me in. The devil will come now. The devil will come around and say, oh, no, but God, no. This person cannot go in. Why? Well, according to my books, when they committed fornication of their own accord, they blamed me for it. They lied against me. When they were committing adultery, they found themselves inside another woman's bekus. They accused me when I didn't have any business with it. Right? So be very careful, you believers, when you start accusing the devil. The devil made me do it. The devil made me do it. It will shock you when the devil will come and say, okay, I'm coming back for my own. I can't do these accusations anymore. I don't believe in the existence of the devil, guys. Devil has never been proven to exist. What do you know about the devil? The only things you know is he's black. Black, of course. He's black. Has horns. Has a tail. Has a pitchfork. What else? usually very muscly. This devil guy is usually very muscly, and I don't know. So what do they know about devil? Where do they get the devil? Most people in custody are Christians who speaking there. Why don't the law pardon criminals and say it's the devil? Ask a Christian this question. Sheesh, let's not do that, I beg. There's some people that need to be locked away. I beg you. I beg. No, don't, please, don't. Hey, no. Hey, Kevin Lips, a lot of the ideas of the devil don't even come from the Bible, but other religions that have creeped into the church. No. Go and read the books. There is hardly anything known about this devil character. Hardly. Where do they get from the Bible that the devil is black? Where? What passage tells them that the devil is dark skinned? He is dark. Where do they get that from? Where do they get that the devil has a tail? Some even go as far as to have him, he's got a pitchfork. Where is that in the Bible? So we ask these questions. It wouldn't hurt to ask. If nobody has seen this devil before, how do we have a photo of devil? Right? Because evil is often associated with black. Absolutely. And that right there is the travesty. A very unfortunate thing that has happened to us. But yet we with open hands received a religion that demonized us. This is what we did. We did that. Okay, let's continue with these people. And
God has said, I didn't do it. So God made them have an accident and broke their leg.
Yes.
And they say God was trying to get my attention.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like a witch is trying to get your attention. What kind of a wicked God gets your attention by breaking your leg?
By putting you in an accident. By
narrative.
The
by,
narrative.
and then we say
It was Jonah's story, maybe.
he can give you life and he can take it away. We do, and then we're now told to love this God with
That is
all our
all.
heart,
Because
all
yes,
our mind, all our soul.
That is it. Because now Abacha
I don't know what
was a
people are
wicked
talking about.
man.
A God that breaks your leg. Don't you guys read your Bible? Do these people not read their Bible? God did that, no? He's done it several times in your book. Jonah said, I'm not interested in going to Nineveh. He said, no, Nineveh, I'm not interested in whatever God is trying to tell the people at Nineveh. Off I go to Tarshish. He was on his way to Tarshish, was not interested in going to do whatever God said go and do. God could easily find himself somebody else to do it, but no, because God is that maniacal, evil, charlatan, monster, whatever that is, says, no, you're going. So while he's on the boat trying to sleep, go to sleep, then the storm came and everybody started everyone praying to their own God. Nothing is happening. They go and wake the guy up. Jonah said, it's because of me. I'm running away from my God. That is why he's after me. Please throw me into the water. They said, no, we can't do that to a fellow human like us. Can you imagine? Those people in the boat were more moral than God himself. Hey, Des, long time no see. Oh, good to see you, Des. Long time. Long time. Oh, wow. Wow, good to see you, my love. So these people were more moral than the God himself. They tried their best to row to the shore to get Jonah off so that he doesn't unalive Can you imagine when humans are more moral than the God himself? God didn't care about the men in that boat. He did what? He was ready to destroy the boat and everything in the on the boat. He even got the wind. The storm was even bigger, and he was raging with anger. When the men saw that, look, we are going to lose our lives if we don't drop this guy, they had to drop him. So I don't know what these ones are talking about. It's like they don't read their books. They don't read. Well, anyway, let's continue.
According to some people,
Oh my God.
but he never asked us
For our love.
with all our heart, with all our mind, all our soul. This is the truth. He's like, look, this is what I want.
This is what I want to do.
I'm not pretending. So there's no
It was quite-
passive
it was quite clear.
aggression.
Yeah.
But this tyrant
This
that we've been
tyrant.
asked to call our father
Mm-mm.
demands from you. So he don't just take from you, but beats you and say you should not cry.
Yes. And not only beats and say you should not cry, beats you, tells you not to cry and say you should say thank you.
Mm.
That's what
This
African
God
parents
knows.
do.
That's what Africa. So God, we create. So yes, so we created
the
God
image
in
of
our
God
own
in our
image.
likeness.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
That's
that's
that
what I
image.
said.
Yes.
I like
That
it.
even the idea of somebody hearing from it's actually, I think, is modeled after traditional religion where there's one person and
Yeah.
one person alone that hears from the oracle and
Yes,
everybody else has to
goes
go
and
hear.
stands there. This is when I began to move away. I said to myself, this honestly, I said, if this is God, and to serve this God, if I don't serve this God, I go to hell. I'll go to hell. That's what I said. Yes, I said I'll go to hell. Like, this is a wicked, manipulative figure, and there is nothing good here. I don't know if this is what he gives me here.
Yeah.
I want me to be caught in eternity. That's what freed me.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
some of our fathers of faith,
Yes.
they got it from their fathers of
Oh,
faith.
of course.
Of
Of
course.
course.
And they ended up not asking questions because their generation will not
Ask
ask.
questions. Yes.
So they took it
Yeah.
hook line. And you may just be surprised that even they are doing what they are doing ignorantly.
Oh, absolutely. Ignorant. Absolutely.
Ignorantly.
Yes.
So we move from just agreeing on the principle to starting to prescribe to people exactly how to actualize that.
So what they're saying is the current preachers that we have in Africa, they got theirs from the ones that came before them. So at what stage do preachers take responsibility for what comes out of their mouth? At what stage do preachers take responsibility for what they spewing to their followers? A lot of these preachers have conditioned their followers to listen to every word that comes out of their mouth as gospel. So that's why you will find that the average Christian, my pastor said, what my pastor said. So when will your preacher be responsible? For example, a typical example is, what is his name? Adeboye. By now, in a sane country, Adeboye should have been shut down. Yes, Adeboye should have been shut down. That man has caused more harm than good. He lies a lot. Not only does he lie, I tell you what else he does. Convincing people that him and God, they're like this, they're tight buddies. My daddy said. Daddy didn't say shit. God came down to drink tea with me. God didn't come down to drink tea with nobody. It's crazy that this man has been allowed to go on for so long. And the man had the audacity to sit there and tell people, hey, anyone who is not paying his tithe is not going to heaven. Full stop. What? What the hell? The man made himself the gatekeeper of heaven. He made heaven the association of tithe, Redeemed Christian Church of God Tithe Payers Association Club or whatever. Yeah, the association of the tithe payers of Redeemed Christian Church of God. That is heaven. And people just listened to it. He commanded his followers. He said, I am giving you the opportunity to repent and tell your members that if they're not paying their tithe, they're not going to heaven. And then years later, he comes along and says, I'm apologizing for saying anyone who is not going to... Adeboye has shown you that he is a fake man of God. What else do you need? He has shown you that he is a fake man of God. Abel Damina has shown you all that he is a fake man of God. For 30 years, Abel Damina was preaching the false doctrine according to him. But all of a sudden now, he's now preaching the right doctrine. For 30 years. 30 years. Even trained people in the fake doctrines. When are people going to wake up? Someone like Adeboye should have been shut down a long time ago. The man said breasts are growing back through handkerchief. Using a handkerchief. People's breasts are growing back. Like, what the fuck? I still remember one of those times I was in a redemption camp many years ago now. When Adeboye said, hey, everybody, close your eyes. There is somebody here under your armpits. Instead of hair to be growing, you are growing feathers. You are here. You can hear me. You are here. Instead of hairs growing under your, growing in your armpit, you are growing feathers. I said, what? He said, everybody close your eyes. If you are the one, come outside. Someone is growing feathers. Quack, 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 quack. On that, come on now. That man should have been shut down a long time ago, but because they have told us that we should respect age, so we can't question because of age. Someone was requesting. If you were requesting, you can come back up. But particularly, I want somebody who not agreeing with me. If you disagree with anything I am saying, yes, I want to hear from you. If you disagree. If you disagree. Originally, Satan was just a job description for an angel working on behalf of the gods to test, stand against, and did you say Satan? People even call Donald Trump the son of, let's see, no, working on behalf of gods to test, stand against, and execute judgments against human. Oh, wow. So if anyone, right, if you disagree, please come up and yeah, let's stretch it out. Nicholas, it's been a long time. My goodness, Nicholas. But it's good to see you. I hope you and the family are all doing well. But welcome. Nicholas. Nicholas is so funny. Nicholas in the chat. I tell you what Nicholas does. Nicholas goes, whenever there are all these preachers on TikTok prophets, preachers. God is speaking to me. God said I should tell you. God said Nicholas, he will just make his way there, very quiet. Some of them even go as far as to prophesy. Prophesy in Nicholas's life. And then he starts asking them questions. Oh, I love what he does. Honestly, I think this is the way forward now. Is these preachers need to be challenged. They need to be challenged. Yeah, you need to catch them while they're at their office, in their office, their scamming office. Catch them there. That's where we need to be catching these people while they are scamming. Okay, let's finish this. This video is nearly done, actually. So,
principle, and that's where we started full doctrine and full conditioning, because it's like you love God, and this is how you should express your love for God. For instance, and that's why I said, ask God, tell God the truth. I fall in love many times.
Hold on. Let her go there. Don't pause her.
Wait, though. Did she just say, tell God the truth? Did she just say, tell God the truth? Wait, I thought this God was omniscient. I thought this God was omnipresent. I thought this God, before he formed you, he'd already known you, but yet you still have to tell him the truth. Wait, hold on. So this God doesn't know the truth. So now we have to tell it the truth. Oh, I see. We have to tell it the truth. Okay. Tell God the truth. Yeah, go on. But does it make sense? You're telling God the truth. It's like, then what is he God for then? If all he does is just wait for you to come yapping at him. Yap, 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 yap. And he's just waiting just to punish you for the most part. He's just waiting to do you evil. Like, come on now. Tell him the truth.
Keep going. Keep going.
I fall in love many times. I am in love.
Ooh.
Somebody
shout
hallelujah. You know why this house is out. I know what love is to me.
Yeah.
I know the way I feel.
Yeah.
I know how much I want to talk to the person.
Yeah.
I know how much I don't even sometimes want to talk to the person. Just the person coming around just makes me smile. I know how many times I read the person's text messages. One text message, then you just be like,
Giggle.
I know. That's it. And I know how much time I want to spend with that person. I know that sometimes I even have to remind myself that the rest of the world exists.
Hey, something just came to me. Finish.
Write it down so we don't forget.
It's from what you're saying.
I know. I feel like the rest of the world doesn't exist sometimes. And then I'm told that I'm in love with God. Or I've kept on saying, I love you. I sing songs that express my love, my heart's desire. As the deer panted for the water, so my soul longs for thee. At some point, I said, dear God, I am lying.
Yaga. That's it. Yes.
Somebody's lying.
I
am like, I'm not in love with you. I know what love looks like to me.
Yeah.
Afraid of you.
I'm afraid of you.
I respect you.
Yeah.
I know you're an important. I know I have to pay obeisance to you. But you see this thing called love?
Yeah.
I'm not in love with you.
Yeah.
But I read David. I read the Psalms. And it sounds like what I currently do with my lover. So I know that this person was in love with you. So I said, so show me how to love you. Let's stop lying. I'm not in love with you.
So when you ask God to show you how to love
Exactly.
then God reveals himself to you.
That's it.
The way that, yes, you can love
Exactly.
What is the thing?
Backgammon. It's a backgammon support. Okay, I got it.
They say you stopped. What made you pursue yourself?
Sorry, guys. I need
It
to
was just
take
too
back.
much. I
what
began
you
to
said.
learn. I began to ask questions.
No, I need to take back. Wait, what is all this about loving and things.
Kept on saying, I love you. I sing songs that express my love, my heart's desire. As the deer panteth for the water, so my soul longs for thee. At some point, I said, dear God,
AB
I am
slash.
lying.
Yaga. That's it. Yes.
Somebody's lying.
Somebody's lying.
I am like, I'm not in love with you. I know what love
in
looks
love
like to
with
me.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I'm
know.
afraid of you.
I respect you.
Yeah.
I know you're an important. I know I have to pay obeisance to you. But you see this thing called love?
Yeah.
I'm not in love with you.
Yeah.
But I read David. I read the Psalms. And it sounds like what I currently do with my lover. So I know that this person was in love with you. So I said, so show me how to love you. Let's stop lying. I'm not in love with you. Because when you ask,
Wait, so now they're telling God, show me how to love you. What? God, show me how to love you. And that one, the God too will say, okay, you can love me by paying your tithe. You can love me by working in the vineyard. Yeah. Cleaning the toilets in the church. You can love me by giving your preachers some money. You can love me. How can you love a God you cannot see? How are you people doing this? How can you love a God that you cannot see? Because how? How are we loving this God? Now you're begging. Oh my goodness. This is terrible, oh, people. And this is why a lot of people are leaving this religion. Can you imagine asking the God, show me how to love you? Show me how to love you. Show me how to love you. How can you love a creature, a deity that prepared a place of eternal torment that you could find yourself in? You could find yourself. In fact, the chances of you getting into that place of torment is greater than being in the heaven with him. Even if you make it to his heaven, what about your family members that will not get there? How can you love such a character? How can you love a character that sacrificed his own child? How can you love a character that impregnated his own child, Mary? Oh, you don't know she was his child? Don't you all call yourself the child of God? I am a child of God. I am a child of God. I am a child of God. Mary was a child of God now, no? She was a child of God that was impregnated by her own father. No. And you want to love that. If I showed you a father, if I showed you a father right now that impregnated his own child, I guarantee you will be looking for how he will go to jail. But here you are asking one who did the same thing. How can I love you? Show me how I can love you. My sweet daddy in the sky. Nonsense. Nonsense. Just 1 second, guys. Just 1 sec. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. That was my my son come in the room to ask me a few questions. All right. Hello, Diamante. Diamante, hello. Hello, Diamante. Are you there at all or no? God impregnated his own mother. Yes, precious. God impregnated his own daughter and his own mother. He impregnated someone else's wife. I mean, the crimes are endless when we consider that whole virgin birth. It's one of the most ridiculous stories I've ever heard. I can't. So if this person is not going to say anything, they might as well leave. So let's finish. I serve Satan because I don't want to help save people in some cases. Okay, what's Kevin? Kevin lives. I serve Satan because I don't want to help save people in some cases. Okay. I don't know if I get that. Do you know that the Bible God was the first individual in human history to use human biology to stake in gambling? To use human beings, to stake in gambling. If you doubt, ask Job. 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 You see that Job story? That Job story is one of the stories in that book that makes me say that Christianity can never be an option for me. Ever. Ever. I'm good. I could never be a Christian anymore. No. Can never happen for me. This is my final will and testament. Guys, if I come here tomorrow, if I come here tomorrow and I tell you, praise the Lord, something happened, I'm now a Christian, and this, that, guys, just know I've lost my marbles. Just know that some knots are loose in there, you see. So if I ever come here and say, Jesus loves you, I've received Jesus into my heart, it's one of two things. It's either I've lost my marbles or we're just doing a skit. We're trying to do something, right? Which we will reveal eventually. But no. Bible God could never, I'm sorry, don't care what you're offering. It's never going to happen. Never. It's done. It is done for me. Done deal. Hello, Master Isaiah.
Hello. It's morning over here. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I am good. And you? How are you?
I'm well.
Okay.
So I just came across your video
Mm-hmm.
and I decided to join your live. I'm a Christian, but I want to understand your message first of all before talking. So I don't know if it's okay to ask.
Yes. Yes, you can. Yes, you can ask me. Can you make your voice a bit louder, please? So just so we can hear you.
Okay. So is it only the Christian God basically that you have issues with, or you don't believe that there is a God at all?
I don't believe there is a God at all.
Why?
Why should I? Why should I? Huh? Why should I? I've never seen this God before. I don't know where the God lives. I don't know, there's nothing I know at all about this God character. So why should I believe in it? Why?
I see. So well,
Why?
we know
Why do you believe in it?
And I'm gonna tell you all of that, but I just want to find out why you believe what you believe first of all before I'm talking about my own system of belief. But let me ask you this: what if you are wrong about the existence of God? What if there is a God? I mean, most of history, we know that most people believe in God, whatever that God is. We understand that it's not everything that our ancestors get accurately.
Okay.
Right? So, but the truth of the matter is, coming from where we're coming from as humanity, most people believe in God. And that God can be Allah, can be Jesus, can be whatever.
Okay.
But most people believe, right? So what makes you so sure that all of most of history
you ask a question
is wrong, and then
you asked a question at the initial stage. You said, what if I am wrong? Okay.
Yes, what if you're wrong?
So there's a possibility that I am wrong. All right. Now, there are thousands of religions out there in the world. Thousands. So, if I am to pick one out of those thousands, so it's a process of elimination, or I don't know how people go about choosing a religion, right? So, how can I choose the right religion out of the thousands? Say I'm wrong, and I admit I'm wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. There is a God who is there. How then do I come to the conclusion that indeed this is his religion? Is Hinduism, is Sikhism, it is whatever ism. How do we get to that point? Say I'm wrong, right? Now, me being wrong, when you say could I be wrong? So this God character has decided to be elusive, has decided to go into hiding, has decided to be invincible, right? Decided to never show its face, never show himself. He lives, they say, beyond the sky or somewhere. I don't know. I know nothing at all about this character. Nothing. So I am supposed to hold a belief in something that doesn't care to show itself, but somehow I could be wrong. I don't believe in the existence of the thing that isn't there at all. I don't see it. So how could I be wrong?
There are so many things we don't see, but we believe exist, and
it's not just the sense of sight alone with this God.
Okay.
Do you know where God lives?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm a Christian.
Yeah, I'm asking. Do you know where your Christian God lives?
I don't. Well, you are the term Christian God, and there is
yes. Your Christian God. Do you know where he lives?
But from the from the Christian perspective, to begin with, God is everywhere, right? So that is one of his unshareable character.
Is he in hellfire?
So transcendent characters of God.
Is God in hellfire too?
Well, God is everywhere. Yes, it's
Is he in
the place we call
hellfire?
hellfire. There are so many words. Yes, God is everywhere, basically.
So he's in
The Bible
hell.
says that the word hell. Huh?
So he's in hell too.
Yes, it's everywhere, right? But well, not. I know when you say is he in hell, what
Yes.
you're talking about is probably like if
No, the place he created, the place he created for punishment for the devil and human beings. That place.
Oh, okay, yes, it's everywhere. Yes, it's there too.
What's he doing
In the
in
book of Revelations?
What's he doing in hell? What's God doing there?
God, you see, it's you ask the question that if you believe there is let's assume there's a God. Which of this religion version of God is right? But the second thing is, after accepting that there is God, the best way to find out which religion is right is to find out their concept of God. And in Christianity, one of the characteristics of God is that God is everywhere, right? So because he's everywhere. You can't run from God. You can't escape in there. There's no place that I can't tell you that God is not in hell. That would contradict the character of God of being everywhere. There's absolutely no place.
Can you prove that God is everywhere? Can you prove that?
What proof would you accept? It's not about the proof.
Master Isaiah, if he's right there with you, if God is right there with you, get him to say hello to me. He's everywhere, right?
It doesn't work that way.
No, excuse me. You said he's everywhere. So if that means he's right next to you over there, right? Tell him to say hi to me.
Well, you have to understand that God is spirit. Do you understand? Do you understand what that means?
No,
God is spirit.
I don't know what a spirit is. What is a spirit?
That's the thing, right? That's the thing.
What is the thing?
I don't know. Your idea of God is what you reject, right? That's the thing. You have this idea of God, and you fight against that version of God, and then you assume.
Excuse me. My idea of God is what I reject. Sorry.
Yes. You fight against the God you don't understand.
Bro. Hold on. Pause. You need to pause.
Okay.
I cannot fight against something that does not exist.
That's the thing. Okay, if God exists, who do you think God is?
I cannot fight.
What do you think his nature is?
I cannot fight against a nothingness.
Okay, I understand, but let's assume God exists. What do you think his nature is? What do you think his ways are? What is his characteristics, his attributes, is real?
I honestly,
do you understand that?
I honestly cannot tell you because I don't know what's your God. What is this God thing? What is it? I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? So you are angry about.
I'm not angry, Master Isaiah. Please.
Okay, maybe please. You are not angry,
Master Isaiah. Please, Master Isaiah. Do I sound like an angry person?
Okay, no, you don't.
Do I sound like an angry person?
Actually, you don't.
Please do not assume that I'm an angry person. I'm not.
Okay.
We're having conversations.
Okay, my point is maybe you oppose. I think saying oppose is a better word, right? So you oppose a version of God that you don't understand. Even if you say you don't, I mean, like even if you say God does not exist, you cannot fight against nothingness or whatever. The point is, even when you come against God, you have a version of God in your head. You have an idea of what you think God is. And that's what you reject. That's what you fight against.
I do not. Master Isaiah, you cannot assume things for me. You cannot put yourself in my understanding. How do you imagine you're going to be able to do something like that, right? If I don't believe, if I don't believe in the existence of God, how can I then have a a definite, what did you say again? This thing, God. I mean, how does it work? I don't believe in this God. There's nothing that I don't have anything for this God. So how then can I then be rejecting the idea of this character when I don't even know what it is? Is it possible for you to tell us? Is it possible for you to tell us what the God is? What does God? What does he? What is God? What is this God that you worship?
Okay, that's a very good question.
You said something. You said something. You said he is spirit. So yes, what is a spirit?
Well, to begin with, a spirit is not a human being, right? It's not a man. It's not flesh and blood.
I didn't ask.
A spirit
exists. I did not ask you what a spirit is not. I asked what is a spirit. No, I didn't ask what it isn't.
But that's one way you know what it is.
You said it isn't.
By knowing what it's not.
All right, go on and tell me, what is a spirit?
Okay, God is a spirit. It means God exists on a level that is above the natural, right? So I don't know if you believe that there are supernatural realms. I don't know if you believe that there are other realms, other dimensions of existence that are beyond the natural.
No, I don't.
So, but
no, I do not believe any of that.
That's one of the that's one of the things. People naturally become opposers of God when they do not understand God.
Yes,
and for everybody
that is wonderful. To oppose, it is a wonderful thing to oppose something you don't understand. It makes no sense.
It makes sense.
It makes no sense for you. It makes no sense for anyone to be trying to identify with something you don't understand. How does that work?
I agree.
So it is a good thing for people to oppose something they don't understand.
Yes. But the problem there is, I always advise people before. I know naturally it makes sense to oppose something you don't understand, but why not just take out some time to try to understand this thing? Not in your own way, not for the purpose of maybe casting away doubts. Just try to understand it in a genuine way that someone who claims to have understood it would recommend.
And how do you suppose I do that?
How do I
do that? How do I do that?
Well, as a Christian, it begins with reaching out to God, crying out to God.
How do I do that?
Praying to God.
How do I do that?
You have to genuinely want God.
How do I do that?
He can reveal himself to you.
How do I do it?
And I'm telling you to reach out to him. Study the
Bible. How do I reach out to an invincible, elusive, just nothingness? How do I reach out to it?
You see, we are back where we started.
Yeah, thank you.
You already have this concept that God does not exist.
Yes.
It's going to impede any progress that would make tonight. It's basically going to just prevent you from trying to genuinely understand it.
I am glad you realize that. I'm glad that you realize. So we're right back at square one, right? You are trying to make me reach out to a nothingness. You're trying to make me reach out to something that is there. So just, I want to see if this makes sense. Guys, please, does this make sense to any of you? Please listen to this. This God exists, right? The God is up there and he's everywhere, right? The God is up there wherever he lives. But at the same time, he's everywhere. So right now, he is right here with me, right? According to the gentleman, he is right here with me. But somehow, he will not show himself to me. But he wants me to reach out to him. But he's right here. But he wants me to reach out to him. Hey, God, oh, hey, please now. But he's right. I mean, how can I reach out to something that doesn't want to be reached, it's just decided it wants to be invincible? How do I reach out to that?
Yeah, I see your point. But let me ask you this. Do you believe in creation or evolution?
Creation
I'm not
or
digressing.
evolution?
Trust me. I'm not digressing. I'm still on topic. Do you believe in creation or evolution?
I don't know if anyone can have a belief in evolution.
Okay, so let me put it this way. How do you think the world, as we know it, the earth, came about? Life started.
What life?
Did it evolve?
What life? You mean human life?
Life on earth and not naturally. Life on earth and the universe, the world, as we know it, the planets, earth, mountains.
Through a process of evolution. Through a process of a process of evolution. That is the best theory that we have.
Okay, so as a Christian, definitely I believe God created the world, and one of the evidence for God from the Christian angle.
Wait, so before you continue, you said God created the world.
Yeah, God created the world.
And can you back up or substantiate that claim, please?
Both creation and evolution, scientifically speaking, cannot be completely or logically proven, right? So, but I'm just telling you what I believe as a Christian.
I would like you made a claim that God created the world. I would like for you to substantiate that claim.
If I quote the Bible for you, I know you would not.
I don't mind. I don't mind. Quote it, but make it make sense at least.
Okay, the Bible says in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, from verse 1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay. So that's it. I believe the Bible, therefore I believe God created the Bible.
Okay.
So the alternative of that is believing that all that we see.
One second before you go to that.
The alternative of that.
Hold on, please. Hold on. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This is what the Bible states, right? In the beginning. So my question to you is, who was there in the beginning to see God creating any of those things?
Nobody.
So how do you know God created anything? How do you know God created anything in the beginning?
Because the Bible says so.
Please.
And the Bible says so because it was God inspired the writers of the Bible. Now we are talking about you are trying to enter into the idea of how authentic is the Bible.
No.
That's exactly what it means.
You make a claim. Hold on, please. In the beginning, you said, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So if in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, that means no human was in existence by this time.
Yes.
So how did the writer, the person writing this story, how did they know what God did in the beginning?
Because God inspired them to write it.
How? How is
the Bible
that?
Says all
how is that? How did God inspire? I don't understand. How did God inspire? Wait, guys, listen to this, guys. So this God created, he did his thing in the beginning, right? Then God now waited for some lonely guy to come along, said, can I inspire you to write what I did can I inspire you to write what I did in the beginning? And the person said, yes, God. Oh yeah, I'm listening. Right. Lay it on me. You said you did what in the beginning? You see, now write this down. In the beginning, I created the heaven and the earth. On day 1, I put this up here and I did this. Okay, God, you said, and day 2, what did you do? Like you said, this is what you're trying to tell us, that God went and looked for one lowly human and said, I want to tell you how I created the heavens, the earth. And I mean, Does that make sense to you?
No, if you put it that way, it sounds like it doesn't.
Of course it doesn't.
That's exactly what the Bible is saying.
That's
exactly what the Bible says.
I don't right now, forget what the Bible is saying. Can we prove that what the Bible is saying is true?
So there's so many things we can't prove, but we follow.
Abba, you just follow. You can't prove something you follow.
No, you lean towards evolution. Can you prove evolution exists?
Yes, you can actually. Yes, you can prove evolution.
How can you prove it?
Go and do some research. You see, you can do that. I cannot give you the full details because I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but I am telling you there is evidence. There is evidence. There is evidence for evolution.
The idea of evolution is that life, as we know it, came from non-life. It has never been observed. It has never been observed in the world.
That is a process. That is what you're describing is a process of abiogenesis, not evolution.
That is still. Let me. The idea of evolution is
evolution. That is a process of abiogenesis.
Multi-complex cells, living organisms, as we know them, evolve from a single cell, single cellular organisms. That's it. That's the idea, and that is the source of life itself, and that everything came from nothingness. We've never seen that.
Oh, really?
Right? We've never. I mean, we know there are different types of evolution.
One second. So, okay, as opposed to you disproving the claim of the theory of evolution, how do you suppose your God created the universe then? How did he do it? I mean, if you're going to claim that evolution is nonsense, right? Doesn't make sense. So how did your God do it?
Well, that's the thing. That brings me to my point. I'm saying that there's so many things we follow that we don't have evidence for. So right? Everybody believes in something.
So you are going
right?
to you are going to disprove. You are going to just okay, the evolution does not make sense to me. But you see the thing that I believe. I don't know anything at all about it. I can't prove it. Nothing at all. But you know something? I believe it. I need you to hear yourself.
No. Nobody can prove. I mean, life has never come out of non-life, right? So that it takes a whole lot more.
How does life come out of non-life?
That's the idea of evolution.
No, it isn't.
That's the idea of evolution.
No, it isn't.
Okay, where did life come from?
From life.
What life?
My God,
that's the point.
I would suggest. Listen, I would suggest, right? That you go and do some research on evolution.
No. I understand exactly what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the things that would help you understand the God you oppose are the very things that you reject.
Like what?
For instance, you don't believe in the inspiration of the scripture. I'll give you an example. You don't believe in the inspiration of the scripture.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Inspiration of the scripture. Right. I would like for you to tell us, how does God inspire people to write? How did God inspire the writers of the book?
Okay, when you ask the question how,
yes,
I mean, we are trying to get me to
you just said that I'm opposing things. Yeah, right. Opposing. So now you said I do not believe in the inspiration of the scriptures. Okay, fine. Now let's talk about it. How does God inspire people to write? So guys, listen, there's 66 books, okay, right? Hold on 1 sec. There are 66 books in the Protestant Bible, right? So that means those 66 people or 40 people, I don't know how many, but One day, these people were farming, or they were, lounging, or were busy, whatever they were doing. And this God says, excuse me, Jeremiah, can I inspire you to write something? And yes, I'm inspired. Oh yeah, go on, God, I'm listening. So I would like to know, how does God inspire people to write things? How does he do it?
Let me tell you this. First of all, the right view of God to have in this case, in this scenario, which is the Christian view of God, is that God is all powerful, all wise, almighty, and is capable of doing absolutely everything.
I don't believe any of that. I don't believe it. No. Don't believe it.
I understand what you're saying there, but I'm just trying to explain something. Okay. That is what Christians believe. You may not agree with that, but here's the thing. So this God who is all wise, all powerful. Okay, let's assume that there is a God who is all wise, all powerful, almighty, and can do absolutely anything. He created man, and he created the conscience of man, can speak to men through their conscience. This God, as we know him now, can't he walk through the experience of man, directing and guiding man to write things that at the end of the day, if we examine all of these writings, it brings forth his will in telling prophecies that would later become true, and in writing things that would direct and guide people for life. That is exactly how it works.
Okay.
Men wrote the word of God. Men wrote the Bible.
Hold on 1 second. Please, hold on 1 second. So if we are to say, okay, God inspires people to write, and all this what you just described, how do you know that the people who wrote the content of your scriptures, that these people were inspired by God? What was the criteria for determining, right? Okay, this person, there were many books. And so 66 were chosen out of the many. How did they come to the conclusion that this particular one, this is God inspired? Look at the signs here. This God. So tell me, how did they determine that they were inspired by God?
Okay, that's a very good question. Like you said, there were 66 books in the Bible. A lot of people make the mistake of assuming it's one book. It's not. It's 66 different books, and all of these books have the same message, just talking about this exact same thing. Bear in mind that they were written by 40 different people, most of whom did not see each other, right? And they wrote it in 3 different languages across 3 continents for within a period of thousands of years. And he's still saying the same message from Genesis to Revelation.
That's a lie. Message. That's a lie. That is the exact same message. That is a big fat lie. The messages. No, the messages in the Old Testament. The messages in the Old Testament do not resemble the ones in the New at all. No. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean the exact same message? You are telling me that. Wait, please hold on. You are telling me that the book of Jeremiah resembles, let's see, the book of, wait, hold on. Let me see. Where's that Bible book? Wait, where did I put that Bible now? Okay, right here. So you're telling me that all these writers in here are all saying the same thing, huh?
Yes.
Okay. I can show that. So the book of Deuteronomy, for example, was it Deuteronomy where they were talking about all the curses? If thou don't do this, God is going to do this. God is going to do that. God is going to do that. Right? Are you saying that book resembles? Let's see, in the New Testament, Mark.
Yeah, it's correct. Exact same message. Can I tell you what the message is?
No, don't tell me what. No, don't tell me what the message is. I would like to see a correlation. Okay, show me in the book of Isaiah. what resembles the book in Mark?
Okay, I'll tell you.
All right.
This goes back to what I was saying earlier. You know, if we understand the things we oppose, I think it will help in you know, leading us to a place of
I've already
knowledge.
told
This is
you.
the message.
I've already.
Listen,
Listen, please don't say that anymore. I've already told you. You oppose it because you don't understand it. My guy, how can you be telling people the reason why you oppose it is because you don't understand it? It's common sense to oppose something you don't understand. That's where you begin. You begin by asking questions. You begin, I don't understand this, so I want to try and understand. Now, how did this get here? Where did it begin from? You are saying just accept it, then try and understand it later. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I agree. That's not how it works.
Exactly.
So, but this is the thing. From Genesis to Revelation, the Old Testament and the New Testament, everything that you see there is talking about Christ. The Old Testament is Christ concealed. The New Testament is Christ revealed.
That's not true.
Every single thing is a message about Christ. Yeah, the Old Testament is types and shadows.
That is not the true. You are speaking nonsense. You are speaking nonsense. I would like for you to show me in the book of Numbers, where in Numbers does it talk about Christ? In the book of Numbers. Yeah, I'm listening. In the book of Numbers, where does it talk about Christ?
Okay, so
in the book of Numbers, where is it talking about Christ? How can you say that the books, all of them, all 66, they're all talking about Christ? How? How can you say that? How can we be saying things like that? Oh, well, he's gone in. Hello, Harvest.
Good evening to the house.
Hey, God no exists. Hello. Yes, okay. What happened to you? Yes, go on.
Yeah, in the book of Numbers, chapter 21, the Bible talks about the bronze serpent, that the children of Israel, when they were in the wilderness, serpents, snakes were biting them or something. So Moses had to create a bronze serpent and hang it so that whoever looks on it, this is recorded in the Bible, will be saved. Now, that bronze serpent is a type and shadow of Jesus Christ, who will be hung on the tree. Whoever placed their faith on him will be saved. That is exactly what happened throughout the entire Old Testament. The Ark of the Covenant I can see somebody's profile picture here is the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant is a type and shadow of Jesus Christ. The Ark is fully gold on the outside, but made of acacia wood. Acacia wood is the only kind of wood in those days.
Sorry, what is gold? Sorry, what is gold on the outside? You say what is gold on the outside?
The Ark of Covenant, as described in the Bible, when it was made, is fully wood, acacia wood, but overlaid with gold. Do you understand?
Okay.
So that was a type and shadow of Jesus Christ.
All right. One second. You are talking about, guys, I want you to hear what this gentleman just said. He said that in the book of Numbers that I asked, Numbers 21, that Moses had a wood that something about snakes biting some people. Bronze serpent biting some people, right? You said it was biting them.
Snakes were biting them. Do you understand? In the wilderness,
snakes were biting. So
Moses,
snakes were biting who?
The children of Israel.
Okay, snakes were biting them. Yes.
Yeah, in the wilderness.
Then?
So God instructed Moses to create a bronze serpent made of bronze.
Okay.
Do you understand? And then
did God instruct or did Jesus instruct?
Just let me just make my point, right? So and then hang it on a pole, right? So this is, I'm just telling you what is recorded.
All
in the
right,
Bible,
okay,
right?
I'm listening.
You may not agree with it.
I'm listening.
Yes, so I'm just showing you how Jesus is the message for both the Old and the New Testament.
All right,
so that whosoever believes, whosoever look on that bronze serpent, they will be saved from the pains and the impact of the snake bites around them. So that was a picture of Christ who will be hung on a tree. Do you understand? That's exactly what, in fact, do you know that from Adam to Noah, Adam gave birth to Seth? The genealogy listed, I think, recorded in chapter 4 or 5 of Genesis. From Adam to Noah, if you check the meaning of their names, Adam means man and Noah means comfort. From that Adam to that, like 10 generations, if you check the meaning of their names, the message there is man appointed mortal death, but the living God came preaching and teaching that his death will bring comfort. That is the meaning of all the names outlined from Genesis and from Adam to Noah. It is the entire Old Testament is a message about Christ, and the New Testament is also the message about Christ. It's one message.
One second. So, guys, apparently, snakes were biting the children of Israel in the desert, and God told Moses to create a snake made of bronze, and then he hung it up. I don't know, did something with it
on a pole. Yeah,
he hung it on a pole, right? And then after then, did the snake stop biting them people?
Yes.
Yeah. They had to look at it, and then they stopped getting bit.
Judge, yes, Judge. Yeah.
So
Yes.
how is that?
And if you look at most,
how does that relate to Christ?
Because Christ is the one who would be hung on a tree, so that whosoever look up unto him and receive him will be saved from the wages of sin, which is death. And death in this case is not talking about physical death, right? It's death, separation from God, death in hell, right? So that's Christ.
Did the serpent
and that's
die?
exactly what I was trying to.
Did the one? It was put on a pole, as in it looked like a snake coming out of the ground. So it was one whole body with a snake head, right? So it's not like it was hung like with a chain off the pole. The whole pole was supposed to be the snake's body with a snake head. But the thing is, was it sacrificed, that snake?
No. It was made. It's not a living snake. The Bible says the bronze snake. It was made of bronze. It's not like a real snake.
No, I know. But what I'm saying, how have you made that a symbol? Because they looked at it and they were healed, yes, or they were prevented from being bitten. And I think those who were bitten were healed. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So how is that in any way, shape, or form a symbol of any kind of sacrificial God sacrificing himself? How is that really?
Good to see you. Can I just 1 second before you answer? Let me just quickly just say hello to YouTube selling IRL. Hello, beautiful lady. You're the one who I saw the video someone did about, I think they stitched your video, and I saw you and I thought, wow, interesting. There's more of us out here. Well done, girl. Yes, well done.
Sorry, I forgot to say greetings to the Queen, Atheist. Big up to the panel on that. Greetings. Bless. Good to. I keep looking out for your show. I haven't seen it for days. What's going on?
I was banned for 7 days. That's why.
Sorry.
I always stay banned. So no, but you should follow my backup account just so that.
Yes, I will look for that. Can you post it in the chat or something? How does it work?
I'll come in with my. I'll see if I can come in with my backup. It's just afroatheist.backup.
Okay, I'll find it. Don't worry.
Afroatheist.backup. Follow that. Anytime I'm not here, I'm usually
on that. Okay, so you switched. No problem. I got you. So,
but
Master Isaiah. Has he gone to?
No, I'm
Master
here, I'm
Isaiah,
here.
how you
I'm
doing,
here, I
sir?
can hear you.
Wait,
I'm
hold
fine,
on,
I can
hold
hear
on,
you.
guys.
Sorry.
This math is not mathing. I'm telling you, the Bible math does not math for me. So these people of Israel, they were in Egypt, right? They were in Egypt taken as slaves, and now God is rescued them, and now brought them to this place where they are now being tortured. These people are hungry. These people are they it's the desert, for goodness sake, right? And now the snakes are beginning to bite them. I mean, the solution that the God could come up with is, go and create a bronze snake and hang it up there and make them. How does that make any sense? This God can stop the snakes from biting them, He can do it. They just close the mouth or the what so the snakes don't bite his children, right? But no, he'd rather go and create. And then the same God would turn around and say, do not make an idol. Don't create an idol. But yet the same God says, go and create a snake made of bronze, the idol. Now, wow. Anyway, please continue. I just had to say that.
Master Isaiah.
The math don't math for me.
Master Isaiah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I mean, do you think that anybody in the Old Testament conceived of any of these events at the time when they were living in the Old Testament time, that these things represented a sacrificial Messiah to come in the future?
I would say some of them did.
Can you point out? So, for instance, after they were looking at the serpent and they were all healed and the snakes ran away or whatever, did they say, this is a sign of the great Messiah in the future?
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the people in the Old Testament generally, not specifically to.
No. Listen, I'm saying the
people specifically to the separate people.
I'm saying specifically those people who were looking at the bronze serpent.
Okay.
After they realized this bronze serpent had this awesome magic, they just look at it, they don't get bitten, etc. Right? After that event, and maybe they, 20 weeks or whatever later, and they're all fine. Did they all think back and say this was a sign, a hidden whatever you called it, of the great Messiah to come in the future who's going to be sacrificed? Did anyone say that at the time?
Answer is no.
Okay, the Bible did not say whether they realized that, but personally, I don't think they did.
Okay.
So
if they didn't, then do you have any event? Let's say you can bring 100 different signs that you would interpret from the Old Testament to indicate the Messiah. Can you find any out of all those 43 books of the Old Testament, where the people themselves say, yes, this is a sign of the future sacrificial Messiah? So that's about 4,000 years. Do you have anything in 4,000 years of those signs where they say that?
Guys, you guys are not tapping on the screen. We're still at 6 points. And can we send some, what do you call this? The gifts. What do you call this? I didn't even set the gift thingy. I'm happy to have my account back.
Like up the place, man. Yeah. Isaiah, what one?
Master Isaiah.
Yeah.
Isaiah, 4,000 years. 4,000 years of science. Come on.
I want you to. I want you to answer.
Let me respond.
Okay, let him answer the question and then.
Okay, let me respond to that. I also have a question of mine for you guys, but let me respond to yours. I think your major area of concern is whether or not the people at the time realized that this specific sign is pointing towards Christ. One thing I would say is maybe they did, maybe they didn't. The Bible didn't say specifically, right? But that has nothing to do with the fact that it is still a sign that points to God. For the fact that people don't believe something or people don't see what should be seen does not make
did God point it out? Is the point?
Non-existent.
Did God point it out to them, or did the prophet point it out? So God is guiding the people. These things are happening. So obviously, if these signs are so important, like a miracle, bruv, can you imagine in the time where we're in lockdown and somebody gets, what was it supposed to be, a bat? So they get a bronze bat and put it in the middle of somewhere and put it on a pole. And then all of a sudden you don't have the V. Yeah?
But hold on. How is a bronze snake a representation of God? Isn't the same God telling you not to have any graven images? No, he tells you not to have graven images, but now all of a sudden a bronze snake has now turned to God.
It's halal.
You understand that God's plan of salvation is progressive.
The thing is that
Progressive.
I'm not expecting you to find an answer to that question, because I just thought that's the nature of religious people. You will only find an idea, your own idea, to suit your own narrative based on the religious doctrine. So to save our time, if you keep chewing on this particular question, you wouldn't find a reasonable answer to it. And most of us here, we still have a lot of questions for you.
He said he actually has a question. I wanted to hear what his question is.
Let me ask my question now.
Okay, ask your question. I mean, we've been having conversations backford. I don't mind you asking us questions.
Okay, so many times when I see groups where people talk about God and religion, especially Christianity, not being true, especially in Africa and Nigeria specifically, I after listening to them for some time, I realized that the issue that they have, it may not be here, but the major concern that they have are the excesses of the religious institutions and the excesses of people the Bible call false prophets, false teachers, who are not true to the teaching of Scripture, who are not true to the doctrine of Scripture, who are liars, who are in it for the money, who are selfish, and who do not represent the faith at all. So I want to know what exactly is being opposed. Is it the faith? And if it is the faith, what do you understand that the faith is? The Christian faith. What do you think it is that you're opposing? Or is it the institutions
let me answer this
that are not, or is it the institutions that are committing some of the atrocities that people talk about on platforms such as this? What exactly is the issue?
So for me, it is the entire faith itself, the entire belief system. The idea that we need something outside of ourselves to come and save us. The idea that two people ate a fruit in a garden somewhere, and now we are partaking of that fruit eating business.
Did you try that one that it has the 5?
Can someone help me mute Harvest, please?
Was it Harvest?
Can someone help me?
Give it a mod.
Do you have any moderators? Just let me mute.
You know they are
Harvest, can you mute yourself?
Harvest, do you want to move up, family? Harvest.
We tried that one as well. It didn't go.
Oh gosh. Yeah, he's done.
Okay. The idea that we need something from up in the sky there to come and save us. That I disagree with. The idea that two people ate a fruit in a garden and somehow we are partaking of their offense or whatever it is that they did, right? I'm completely opposed to that. The idea that we needed colonialism to bring us this God belief, I'm completely opposed to that. No, it's not necessary. The preachers doing what they do. Yeah, I do talk about those as well. But for me, it is the God belief. That's my problem.
Yes. So on top of that, yes, I mean, what you have to remember is anything to do with the preachers and so on, it could only come about because of the nature of the so-called faith being so flawed. Do you see what I mean? Because it's literally all about faith. It isn't about using your logic, which means you are opening all the people, the followers, as victims for whatever you say is something to do with a Holy Spirit that they can't see and a God they can't see and so on. So it's all, you know, it's victimhood. It's taking advantage of people in relation to faith. There's nothing to do with the fact that God created you with a brain. God created you to survive his harsh world using logic, reason, and rationality, basically your intelligence. But then Christianity asks you to suspend and suppress your intelligence and had faith in false preachers and money grabbing people. So, you know, the whole thing is flawed. The whole thing could be a fraud, if you like, Master Isaiah. Do you get that?
Thanks.
I get that.
Thanks, Isa.
Yes, bro.
In addition to what Isa just said, you know, religion is beyond money making investment. If you look at religion, religion is political too. You know, religion. You know, when the politician deprive the people of their commonwealth, so they have aligned with the religious leader to tell the people that their suffering is was caused because of their sins. She understand that. That's one of the things. You know, this is one of the things that always gets me irritated with religious minded people. Once you start using your intelligence, they start seeing you as if some of them started seeing you as irrational human being. I was like, why are you thinking? What makes you to think this way? Like, what makes me to use my brain to see something in a logical way that what I am seeing does not even align to my reality? Do you understand, Master Isa? Everything in the Bible and the Quran contradict each other. The Bible and the Quran contradict, the stories contradict each other. A single God, if Islam and Christianity are actually worshiping the same God, why would the same God write different story in different book? Do you understand?
But Islam and Christianity don't have the same God. Oh, they don't have the same God.
Yeah, hold on. That's a big bit of words, bro. God no exists, brother. Please, that is opening a big kettle of worms for him. You know, let's try and keep to the Bible, please. Seriously.
The Muslim atheist.
Okay.
Yes.
So Master Isa, so not to take much of our time. So these are the things I was a Christian for 25 years. I was in the choir. So all these things I know, because when I was in this religion, I didn't see all what I was doing there. You know, it doesn't attach to the reality of my life. Do you understand? It doesn't attach to reality of my life, because when I was in the church, whenever you have problem, they will always tell you to pray that, you know, in the church, you have more poor people, hungry people in the church more than anywhere else. And then we have more bad people in the church and in the mosque more than anywhere else. The politicians that are looting are in the church and in the mosque. Anybody else, all type of people, they are in the church, and the most hungriest people in the world are in the church and mosque. Right? The most unproductive people are in the church and mosque. Does that not require you to think about your life? How many people? Does religion, or what you people only take in Africa, that is that religion bring morality, and religion does not bring morality. Like, I've talked to a lot of pastors. Most of you religious people always think that if I say that your God does not exist, you always feel like maybe my own death is going to be different from your own death. You always feel like your own sickness is going to be different from my own sickness. Like, you always feel like you are going to benefit something extraordinary from me that I'm not worshiping or practicing your religion. So those are these mental slavery. These are the psychops that they use on you people.
Let's God no exists. Let's not generalize them. Because we're speaking to Master Isaiah, maybe let's focus on him in particular and what he's saying. You know, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but because he hasn't made any of those claims, so maybe let's take from what he is saying, and let's go from there.
Master Isaac.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, I wanted to ask a follow-up question to that. Can I do that now?
Yes, go on.
Or you want to respond?
Go on.
Okay, so now when this guy, I don't know your name, God no, or something like, I'm not saying the full name.
God no exist.
Okay, God no exists. Okay, you've said a lot of things. Oh, hi, and and that's why I always like people to differentiate, try to find out the difference between when people are using religion as a weapon to bring destruction, maybe socioeconomic destruction.
Hold on,
maybe,
sorry for the interjection. But hold on, sorry, you are contradicting yourself now. Earlier, when I just got up here, you told Afro-atheists that your God is all-knowing and all-doing, all-powerful, all whatever. But
yes,
this same God, why don't he know that he was creating the bad people to tarnish his own image? Like, why would your God create some incomplete human being, then blame them again? Like, what are you telling me? Please explain the logic. Please bring us the logic from that what you just said.
It's not a contradiction. You see, one of the reasons why we have some of these arguments and not argument, this opposing
you said
ideas.
your God is all knowing now, or your God is all knowing and all powerful, right?
Can I
hold
just
on?
respond,
That is what you
please?
said. I'm asking you a question back to
Yeah,
what you just
answer.
claimed. You said,
I want to answer.
You said your God is all knowing, right? You said your God is all knowing, right?
All knowing, all powerful, everywhere.
So now, you said it was some people that were using the religion of your God, that was the ways that you're supposed to be using to worship him. You said it was some people that were using it to do bad thing. So I was asking you that if your God is all knowing, why don't he know that he was going to create some people that are going to use the religion to tarnish his own image? Like, why don't he know that there were some good people that he is going to create, that will use his own name to make money or to do some kind of evil? Like, why don't this God know all that beforehand? If he's all knowing and all powerful, like,
well, God, have you read the Bible? You said you're a Christian for 25 years. Have you read the Bible? Did you read the Bible?
Screens as you're listening.
I was asking you that if your God is all knowing, why don't you know that he was going to create a bad human being? That's what I'm asking you.
No, okay, let me just answer your question. But there's something. Well, let me just go straight to the point. Here's the thing: God knows that there are people who who use the faith for their personal gain, and
hold on.
Listen,
So,
listen.
So
listen. I've been hearing you.
Yes or no?
Listen to me. No, it's not a matter of yes or no. Do you know that?
So God knows that he was going to create bad people. Yes or no?
Listen to me. Everybody is bad according to the religion. Listen. There's no yes or no.
There is supposed to be yes. There's always
God no exists. What he's saying is everyone's bad. Everyone's born. Bro, he's saying everyone's born in sin.
You don't understand.
He's believing everyone's born in sin. That's what he's saying.
Can I speak, please? You assume that you are good, right? So, but you are not. According to my Christian worldview, Christian ideas, the Bible, every single person is bad, including you, including me on our own. Just follow me. You may not agree with it, but I'm just telling you what the Bible says, right? And it is not that God is so knowing. If he's so knowing, why didn't he know that you create bad people? No. Do you even know that 70% of the entire New Testament is written to warn against false doctrine, to teach against false doctrine, false prophets, false teachers? Do you understand these things? God knows, God sees, God has time. Do you understand? And to
Your
God,
reference.
it is
Where
not.
did you get that? Give us reference. Any claim you make up here, give us reference. We don't want misinformation. Please, we don't want to miseducate the audience with information that are not right. Please, always make sure your claim have reference, have proof. Please. Can you give us a reference to that in the Bible?
To what? To that God is all powerful or all knowing or what? Or to the fact that what exactly do you want reference for? You want reference
what
for
you
the
just
fact
said
that,
now? You just said something earlier now. Like,
yeah, I said that 70% of the New Testament is written to warn against false teachers and false prophet and false doctrine. You just have to read it.
But hold on, bro. Hold on. No, one sec.
Let me ask my brother. Please, let me ask my brother here. My brother Master, what do you believe in?
Okay, do you know what belief? Can you just?
He's a Christian. He's a Christian.
He's a Christian.
Do you know what I don't? Do you know what I don't like? I don't like the fact that when I'm trying to like respond to something, I will just be
brother. I want to ask you.
And then
okay, one sec. Yes, please let him finish what he's saying, and then we can then ask a question.
This is the kind of things that I actually see on platforms like this. I mean, let me talk.
Master Isaiah, we have been having a conversation, right? We've been having
we have, and I enjoyed our conversation.
Back and forth, yes. So don't start saying, "Oh, this is what you see on platforms like this," right? Someone else might come along, and their conversation style is a bit different. But that you can't then say my platform is where we've been talking, right? So let's just carry on with the conversation instead of just please. And I'm going to allow everyone to speak, but give each other a chance to finish what they're saying, then we can then ask a further question or whatever. All right, go on.
Let me say this. I asked the question earlier, if it is the faith you are angry about, not angry, you are opposing, or it is the excesses of men in the faith. And the answer I got basically was it is the faith, and it is there is this idea that the excesses of men in the faith spring forth from the fact that the faith itself must be wrong. And here's the thing, as a believer, from my position as a Christian, when I hear all the things that I've heard and considering the experiences, now I don't like to bring personal experience into conversations like this because it is not generalized, right? If I tell you that I've had personal encounters with God and all of those things, you will definitely not accept it, not like it. I don't know if you not like it, but accept it, and there is absolutely no way of verifying, right? So I just keep personal experiences.
Master, please.
I don't want us to go there. Just listen to me. Listen to me now, please. Let me finish.
Hold on.
God no exists.
We are trying to
listen.
Our
One
decision.
second. We will not turn down. If you want to give us personal experience, we won't turn it down. We will listen to you, but we will challenge it. We will ask questions.
Yes. Yes. That's why I'm not bringing it up, because it's not something that is generalizable, right? I'm trying to stay on scripture. So from considering that I do have those experiences, even though I'm not sharing it, as a believer, every believer have it. And as a matter of fact, when you become born again, I want to ask a question now, please. Just let me flow. When you do get born again, there is this experience of salvation that completely transform your life, transform your mind, and transform your spirit. Now, for considering all of those facts, and all of those facts from a Christian angle, and knowing the fact that we understand what we believe and we understand what we teach. When you say the things you said, meaning the things that your responses to my first question, what a Christian sees is that they don't understand. Now follow me, and which is exactly what you a lot of people from the other side think about Christians. I think they believe in something they don't understand and can't prove. But the question there I would want to ask is, since Christians think you don't understand, do you want to understand? I know that sometimes, I know that maybe naturally it is best to understand things before accepting it, right? But there are certain things that we cannot begin to understand until we are completely open. How will I even put it? Do you want to understand first?
Yes.
Do you want to understand?
So let's say we do.
So maybe when you
let's say we do really want to understand, but it's from a Hindu perspective, and we go to the statue and we sacrifice milk and whatever to the Hindu statue, and we get the Vishnu spirit and the Kundalini spirit, and our chakras are open. Does that mean the Kundalini spirit and Vishnu and Shiva is real and is the true system of living, the true religion? Is that true, Master?
No, as a Christian, I do not believe in any religion. I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't believe.
So this is the problem then. Having the experience of what you're talking about, the question is it a placebo effect? Is it because you've invested your belief in it and it causes your brain to produce dopamine, serotonin, and so on, in which you have a feeling within you, a euphoria in relation to this? Is that what it is? And then you believe it's the Holy Spirit. Do you understand?
No, of course not. That's not what it is. It is not.
How would you know? Tell me the difference. How would you know?
Because I have a personal relationship with God, and He has transformed my heart. Now, these are the things that we cannot prove to you.
Hold on.
This is
You're not, bruv. Listen to it. No. You try to say course not and then jump. What are you are the one that specifically mentioned this as a test. What I'm saying to you, from my perspective of someone who studies all different subjects, okay, obviously studying the brain, psychology, etc. So I'm saying all of this is about the brain, right? It's all about the mind. So therefore, when you're saying things like you have a personal relationship with God, anyone can say they have a personal relationship with anything that is invisible, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that being and even visible, they can say that they're unseen God manifest into the idol. And then when they pray to the idol, or the unseen God in the idol, it gives them a feeling of euphoria and they have a relationship with that spirit in the idol. So how is that any different from yours when both of you have it in your brain that that's true?
Yeah, correct. What you are saying is true. There is a probability that someone is asking in the comment section if I know what a placebo effect is. Of course, I know what a placebo effect is. Go. Mind over matter. Look, it is possible that is the case, right? But the point I'm making here is this: Christianity, not as a religion now, as one of the religion. I mean, the faith that I'm talking about is such that you cannot fully comprehend it from the outside. This is we are just, I don't know if you get my point. It is possible that all of this is a placebo effect. Who knows? It is possible that this is just the brain and all of those things, right? Yeah. It's possible, but from my angle, I'm telling you that this faith is one that you cannot understand it at all.
I'll tell you
from the outside.
One sec. So I think a few of us here, and especially listening as well, were Christians. And a few of us experienced what we would call at the time the Holy Spirit and God and our relationship to God. Now, what you're talking about is actually mentioned in the Bible, in which when the disciples went elsewhere, they would baptize people in the name of Jesus and they would receive the Holy Spirit. But they also went around healing blind people, healing and raising people from the unalivement. So you don't need to talk to us on TikTok regarding understanding it. You just need to demonstrate your relationship with God and the Holy Spirit, don't you, sir? Yes?
Okay, now you are asking for signs, right? Is that the issue? You're asking
No. I'm saying you were trying to say, well, you know, if we're not part of it, we wouldn't understand. But the disciples didn't do what you're trying to say. They didn't say, well, you have to become part of it for you to understand. They demonstrated that they had the Spirit of God within them. And they demonstrated that they had a relationship with this Most High God by making the blind to see, healing the lepers, the deaf, and raising the people from unalivement to life. So your methodology is you making it up as excuses. They didn't do that.
No. I'm not making it up. Let me explain. Jesus Christ, according to the Bible, Jesus fed 5,000 men with 5 bread and 2 fishes, right? He multiplied it, and a lot of people ate. Do you know the Bible? That is a physical manifestation of the power he claimed to have. So a lot of people believe, and they even had 12 baskets left over. But do you know that if you continue reading that book of John, if you the next time when they came from the neighboring village and all of that, expecting him to do the same thing, he didn't. Instead of that, he preached himself, right? And the Bible says many of his disciples left him that day. They left. Signs and wonders amaze people. Signs and wonders get people excited, but they don't transform anybody into the kingdom, into the faith. They are not
right.
They are part of. Do you understand?
One sec. Did you notice how I went to
signs?
Did you notice how I went to the disciples after Jesus ascended, and you decided to go back? So we're saying after Jesus ascended, those people that followed Jesus's teachings, they demonstrated it through the power of the Holy Spirit within them. So the excuses you're trying to make, saying we have to be inside, they didn't have those excuses. So you're basically trying to say, well, because you don't have real faith and you can't do the miracles, you're not going into hospitals and putting your hands over people's eyes and making them see, because you might not have, you don't really have the faith that you claim, then you're making these excuses. Because you wouldn't need to talk all of this, would you? You just go in the hospital and you say, rise, and these people that are paralyzed, they'd wake up. The people who can't see, the deaf, these hospitals would be angry with the pharmaceutical industry, would be angry with Christians because you just walk around healing everybody with the Holy Spirit, right? Yes?
No. What I'm saying, I get what you're saying, right? I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that even if that is done, I mean, like if you come, I believe you don't attend church, but I do attend church. And in my church and many other church, day after day, people give testimonies. Day after day, people give testimonies of divine healing, of cancer disappearing, of these things happen. You may not believe it. You may not.
Why does this thing happen to some people miraculous, and it doesn't happen to all the cancer patients all across the globe? What are you trying to tell us?
The point I'm trying to tell you
is it because those people that could not be healed by the blood of Jesus or by the Holy Spirit, is it because they have a greater sin, or what's why? Like, why can't all these prophets, all your pastors, even your pastors that initiate to this religion, why can't your pastor, you believe so much in your pastor words? So why can't your pastor perform a miracle and heal some cancer patients or some headache patients in his church?
Okay, God no exist. I see that you are a Nigerian. You are a Nigerian. You are reasoning the way a Nigerian atheist would reason. You are thinking that everybody that is a Christian believes so much in their pastors. And me, I'm not one of those pastor praising, pastor worshiping.
But
Christians.
You believe in but you follow what your pastor says.
No, I don't follow what my pastor says.
Let's deal with what he said, though. This is what God knows exists.
But hold on, he just said that in his church, healings take place now. So
they do.
So,
but all of that is
hold on. So the healings only take place when they come to church.
No, we're just trying to contradict.
Yes, it's holy land. It's holy land.
No, it doesn't only take place when they go to church.
Master, you can be healed anytime. Yourself.
Sorry, excuse me. Who is the healer? Who is the healer? You want healing from a God you do not believe exists. Who exactly is the healer? Besides, the healing is not the point that I'm trying to make here. The point I'm trying to make here is that even if there is daily workings of miracles and healing every single day, people will not believe, people will not understand, because healing and miracles is not the issue.
Please, let him finish. So that
Do you understand? The point I'm making is this: even if there are healings every day, the apostles that you are talking about, that they did miracles and people saw it, right? They still persecuted them, they still killed them. People still killed them. People saw that they healed people and they still didn't understand the faith.
Don't deviate from the topic.
My point is, healing is not the problem. My point is,
when was this, Isaiah? When was that? When they persecuted them?
We basically we know that the apostles were killed.
Is it Isaiah or Isa?
It's not Isa, it's Isaiah.
Do you know any family of the apostles? All those things are write-off that has no evidence.
How do you know?
Then how do you know those things are?
Okay, how do you know it?
No, you are the one saying what I believe, what the Christian church teaches is wrong. You have to prove that it's
Master
wrong.
Isa, please answer the question that was asked by Isa. Answer the question that was asked by Isa.
Proof lies with you, because you are the one saying that what we believe is wrong. So prove it.
Master Isaiah.
You are the one saying what we believe is wrong. So prove it. How do you know that?
Madam Host, the person who says it exists, right?
Yes.
So if you are saying it exists,
please, I want to ask you before
I can't prove.
Just 1 second. Just 1 second. Please let them finish, and I will entertain your question.
No, they will not finish. I just want to ask you before we continue. I just joined, but I didn't know what the argument is all about. So I see people opposing this one, and so what is the argument on the table, so that I can also act accordingly.
Yeah, I think Master Isaiah should answer this.
The Master Isaiah is a Christian, and the conversation has gone basically from him saying that there are signs of Christ and his unalivement, sacrifice, etc. throughout the Old Testament. We move from there to a serpent, various things, but we've basically got to the core, which is the faith factor. And yeah, go on.
Remember, my question is: do you want to believe? Do you want to understand?
Hold on. Two people talking at the same time,
please. Master Isa, for you, what do you believe in?
For me or Isaiah?
I believe in I'm
me?
Isaiah.
Yeah, Isaiah.
Me? Are you talking to me?
Isa.
No,
okay.
Isa. I'm Isa, and Isaiah is the Christian.
Isaiah is a Christian, I know, but for you, Isa, what?
No, he was referring to
me. You want to know me? Okay, yeah. So me, I am a atheist Muslim, but I guess I'm superior in intellect to atheism and the general believers and stuff like that. So I deal with science.
A Muslim atheist never seems amazing.
There's no atheist Muslim. Please be specific. Are you atheist or a Muslim?
I said atheist Muslim. I'll explain it to you. I'll help you out. I'll help you out. Because I'm speaking English, I have to deal with what exactly these words mean. So an atheist is somebody, it's coming from the perspective of generally Greek, in which it's a theos. And theos is the concept of God that they had at the time, which was anthropomorphic. Now, I reject an anthropomorphic concept of God. Therefore, I'm an atheist. Do you understand? Whereas the Quran,
how can you be a Muslim? Because we know Muslim believes in Allah. How can you believe?
Yeah, the Quran does not teach an anthropomorphic concept of God in the Arabic language. That's what I'm saying. So if you study linguistics and so on, you will understand exactly where I'm coming from.
And God no exists. What is his belief?
His name already says it. God no exists.
God. But I would like to answer to that question so that a lot of people will understand why. So, believe. I don't think any kind of God exists. The only thing that exists that benefits all human is nature. All human depend on nature, and we shall die and benefit the nature. So we are part of the nature. So there's nothing like God. So that's it.
So I will bring my first question to you. You said you believe in nature. How did this nature come into existence?
Well, nature is nature. I just think nature
Nature is
just
beyond
developed itself. The
human,
thing is that
human
nature developed itself.
experiment.
You understand?
Let us not be deceiving
So that's
ourselves
it.
here. You cannot be asking questions that cannot be answered. Nature is beyond human. You can never
So is nature
identify nature.
famous? Hold on.
He just asked
I'm going to
a
any
jargon.
if
No, he just
famous
asked a
just
jargon question. The question is
famous
not actually related.
famous.
Honestly, I got angry. Like me, I hate Christians with passion.
Please be careful, eh? Just be there. You know, famous.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
Make
Don't
myself clear.
Famous.
Hold on.
I'm trying to make sure that the TikTok don't take you down. Yeah, just be careful with your words.
I want to make myself clear to believe.
Okay.
That's famous. You can say the Jesus believers. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
I
I
want
don't
to make
like
myself clear
Jesus
to
believers.
believe.
Or whatever. I don't know. Just be careful.
Believe. Can I make myself clear to you?
Hey, just
So-
one
so my brother,
one
Famous,
second. I need to get this out so that famous understands. Famous. I'm not saying you can't say. You can say whatever you want, but just try and code your words, just so they don't take you down.
Okay,
Yeah?
I understand.
Okay, believe.
I understand.
Okay, let me make myself clear to believe now. The reason why I said nature is what everything depends on, you know.
Yes.
When I'm talking about nature, I'm talking about our water, our leaf, our herbs, our animal. We human too. We are part of this nature. We bring innovation. We plant.
How did they come into existence?
So that's nature. So there's nothing that's
How did they
nature
come
just
into
exists
existence?
itself. So that is it.
What about
Nobody,
gravity?
nature does not ask anybody
What about
to do
gravity?
anything because nature is part of what.
What about gravity, sir? What about gravity? God no exists.
How
What
did
about
they come
gravity?
into existence?
This question, I don't know. We're having a conversation about beliefs, right? We're having a conversation about God and beliefs. Why are you asking about how things came into existence?
Because all these things
How does this relate?
Of the God that this guy is trying to deny that God does not exist.
How does it relate to the subject?
I myself, I don't believe in Bible God.
My belief. Okay, hold on.
No, wait,
please let me answer his question.
God no exists. Wait, I need to know. No, I don't want you to answer it because that's entertaining a question that he can go and type in Google. He can go and check himself how nature came into existence. In fact, let me even do it. Hold on. How nature came into existence. I don't get
You
this.
also
can't say nature.
You also believe that God does not exist, but at the same time you don't know how nature came into existence.
Excuse me. How did nature
People have different
was asking me that what is nature.
I hope it says God. I hope it
He
says
was
God.
asking. He was still asking that what is nature. I want to tell him what nature is.
Now hold on. I need it. Listen. Very simple. Nature's origin is explained by scientific theories describing the formation of the universe and Earth through natural processes. The Big Bang Theory suggests the universe arose from an extremely hot, dense state approximately 13.8 billion years ago. Earth, Earth, along with the solar, you ask questions, we're answering the question, you're still interrupting again. Earth, along with the solar system, formed about 4.54 billion years ago from the solar nebula. Life's emergence is attributed to a combination of factors, including the presence of water, organic compounds, and energy sources, potentially originating in oceans or brought from outer space. Go and do your own research, so you don't be asking these kind of questions.
Please, can I say something?
I actually think that the question he asks is a very valid question because
it is
according to the Bible,
it is very valid.
Yes,
but that is not
it is because
that's not the conversation we're having here. A vessel of dishonor.
No, but it's part of it. I see where it's going. I think what the point is trying to make is this: if like the Bible, according to the Bible says that nature, creation itself,
I don't like anything by
believe.
Listen,
I would like to
creation itself.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Please let him
5
finish.
seconds.
Let him finish. The gentleman, master was speaking. Let him finish what he's saying.
I want to ask a question.
Okay, let me finish this. Remember that he asked, believe asked God don't exist first of all, what he believes in, and then he said he does not believe in God, and then he went on to ask him, where does nature come from? The idea is this: in the book of Romans, I know some of you don't want scripture, but I'm a Christian. I have to speak from scripture. So in the book of Romans, the Bible says that creation itself comes from God. The things that are seen are evidence of the things unseen, right? Creation is from God. Nature is created. That is the Christian worldview. So the point is making is, from the Bible, we know creation comes from God. If you don't believe in God, where does nature come from if not God? That is the whole idea.
All right.
Just judge yourself according.
So and then you
hold on,
just judge yourself. The Christian worldview, because you Christian does not think outside the box of Christian.
Please hold on. I need to know, how did God create nature?
Okay, that's what you are asking. I saw that you explained it using the scientific model.
Exactly. So
first of all, Christianity is not against science.
If you are going to reject that, tell us, how did God create nature?
No, God created nature. The Bible is not a book of science that tells us exactly how. But He did.
It does.
So, just like I can. Okay, look.
The Bible tells you exactly.
The same way.
Isaiah. The Bible tells you exactly how God did it. It says, in the beginning, what did God do? What did He say?
He created, but He didn't say how He created. He said some people like to think it means He speak the things into existence. Yeah. That is, but how exactly did the speaking brings up the existence? The Bible did not say that. But
so
just like I cannot answer that.
The resources that your God used to create this nature, what are the resources?
The Bible did not say that. But the same way I cannot answer that is the same way you cannot answer where does nature come from. You would explain scientific model and you end up saying that it comes from space or whatever. What is the origin itself?
I just told you. I just read for you. I just read for you where nature. I get
that, but
go and find out yourself. But you are telling us about your God.
No, I get what you read. I get it. But where did those materials come from? What was the beginning?
Where did your God materials come from?
Where are the resources?
None of us can answer this question, so we believe. We all believe.
You are shouting.
Where did God get His own materials from?
Let me answer you people. Let me answer the question.
Please, where did God get His materials from? Please.
Where are the resources from? Where did He get from?
Yes.
And where is God before He created heaven and earth?
Yeah, where did He get it?
Nobody can answer that, including you.
Let me answer you. God created everything that you just mentioned by His word and through His word.
How?
That's right.
How?
God said, according to the scriptures, God says, "Let there be this," and it was.
That's right.
Sorry, I don't understand. So God created everything. God spoke. God spoke.
How did
and
this
it
happen?
happened.
How did this happen? Were you there? Where's the evidence?
At least science can give some evidence.
You need evidence to
Science
know
can give
that
us
God
evidence
created by His
word. But like, if Christians come about, they just come and read their book, expecting us to believe it without any evidence. But like, science gives us like theories that have been tested and then proven over the years. Like, but Christians don't give us any.
No, it's not proven. It's not proven. We are all believing. We just choose different things to believe on.
Now, can you define what
Clifford, move closer to your earpiece. Move closer to your mic.
Can you define what a theory is? A theory.
A theory is
no. Let me
a statement that, according to science, a theory is an hypothesis that has been confirmed to be true.
So yes,
right?
So it has been proven to be true.
No. A theory is something that explains what they found in an experiment.
Yes.
So if they
Yes,
it's explaining something.
And then through continuous,
and that's the point. And it's you arrive at a theory after an experiment. So it is confirmed through scientific method to be true. The point is, we are all believing. We are all believing. Nobody can
it's
answer.
not about believing. No.
Let me ask Famous.
No.
Famous,
See,
Famous, let me ask
we all
you.
believing, especially when it comes to creation and the origin of the earth.
You are not believing.
You guys are just talking over each other. Let one person finish and then we can. Come on, people.
The point is, we are all believing, especially when it comes to the origin of the world. Can
you give me the definition of belief? Give us the definition of belief.
Yeah, the definition. Thank you, God. God knows this. Thank you. Give us the definition.
Okay, I'll give you the normal belief definition of belief. Belief is something. To believe is to hold something as true. That's what it means. That's the dictionary belief definition of belief.
No.
Check your dictionary for God's sake. Which one is no?
I'm coming. I just said.
Can someone show us in the camera to the audience so that the audience can see it?
When you believe something, you consider it to be true. That's what it means.
Can someone open the camera or I should open the camera?
Usually without evidence.
Yes, believing is like accepting.
Usually without evidence.
Can I open the camera
so
for
you
the
see
audience
that
to see it?
That is the definition. Which one is camera again? Oga, check your Google. Explain this. We are all believing.
No.
And how do I say so? Just like I cannot tell you exactly how God created the world, apart from saying that he spoke it into existence. I can't tell you where he got the material from and all of those things. But I can tell you as a Christian that God is all powerful and he can do whatever he wants to do. Now, you yourself, you cannot explain to me where the raw material came for the Big Bang theory.
Master Isaiah,
you cannot tell us.
Wait. Yeah,
nobody can. So we just choose to believe.
Excuse me. You were not listening. You were not listening. Can
you let me explain this one for you?
Nature's origin is explained by scientific theory.
Where did the material come from?
Can you please listen? Okay. So, nature's theories describing the formation of the universe and Earth through natural processes. The Big Bang theory suggests the universe arose from an extremely hot, dense state, approximately 13.8 billion years ago. Earth, along with the solar system, formed about 4.5 billion years ago. From the solar nebula, life's emergence is attributed to a combination of factors, including the presence of water, organic compounds, and energy sources, potentially originating in oceans or brought from outer space. So they give you a more detailed breakdown of the universe's origin, the formation of the Earth and solar systems, the origin of life. The origin of life is a complex and still partially mysterious process, but scientists have several leading theories. There's abiogenesis, there's the primordial soup, extraterrestrial origins, early Earth environment, prebiotic chemistry, RNA world hypothesis, right? There's all these many things. You can go and look at them and it tells you it answers the question that you just asked.
Okay.
No, it does.
Please do not ask.
I understand what you are saying, but the point.
Please do not ask that question again.
I understand what you are saying, but the point.
Wait.
Yeah, I understand what you are saying.
Master,
wait. Hold on, please, believe. I understand what you are saying. Okay, just hold on, please. I understand what you are saying, and I understand all the things that you've read. I agree with them wholeheartedly, scientifically speaking, right? I went to school as well. The challenge I have as a believer is this. You mentioned the word nebula and the rest, and potentially originating from the ocean. The ocean is made up of water. Then the question will then arise: where did the ocean come from? Nebula is gas and dust. Where did the gas come from? Where did the dust come from? All of those things you would still have to find the origin. So at the end of the day, we cannot truly explain
Nature's origin is explained by scientific theories describing the formation of the universe's earth through natural processes. It tells you about the origin, about how it started. Come on now.
So, Mr.
From the
Mr.
ocean
Isaiah,
or
Master
from
Isaiah, if nothing's come from nothing, so where does your who made your God?
very, very good, excellent question. The God I serve is a God that does not have origin.
You see,
Is a
that's
God
mistake. That's
that exists.
I'm coming, Master Isaiah. You be able to
You see,
Oh my
Can I have a
goodness.
conversation
you
with
see
Masters?
how it sounds, right?
You
That's
are
exactly
here,
how
you are here
I
talking
feel
about,
when you tell me
you are
what you
here
just told
talking
me.
about all these other
So we
things
just
about
choose to
origins,
believe.
and you're telling us your own God don't get origins? Really?
That's the point. You see, it's exactly how I feel when you tell me that nature
We
came
don't
from
care how
ocean,
you feel.
from
We don't
gas
care. We
and
do not
dust.
care. Honestly, I don't care how you feel. The question you are asking, you can easily say you go to school, Abi. You went to school. It's something you can go and check out yourself. But you are choosing.
I understand.
This is what
Isaiah,
I call. Let me finish.
Master Isaiah,
Please let me
Master
finish.
Isaiah,
Please let me
it's an
finish. This is
intellectual.
this is what I call willful ignorance. This is
Master Isaiah,
willful
this is an
ignorance.
intellectual conversation.
Can I have a
Serious one.
conversation with him, please? Just
He
for
cannot.
a couple of minutes, please.
Yes, go on, my love.
Thank you. Master Isaiah, what's the name of your God?
Hello?
Master Isaiah?
Can you?
Yes.
Okay, hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What is the name of your God or your supreme being or creator? What is the name?
We'll call him Yahweh.
And what language is that?
Yahweh is let's say Hebrew.
It can't be Hebrew.
No, what language is it?
Yahweh is from the Canaanite people. He was a deity, a god belonging to the Canaanite people, an idol. Which
my sister, please, you don't know anything. Don't
interrupt
no
me.
Believe hold on, please hold on,
me.
please. Let
you
her
haven't
finish.
done any research on what I'm talking about, don't tell me that I don't know anything. All right?
Please go on.
You just read something that has been put together. You've not done any sort of research. You've not read anything outside of your Bible to verify anything written in there. So don't tell me that
please
I
go
don't know anything.
Just
right.
go on, please. I want to get your point.
Master Isaiah, do you have another device with you?
No, I don't.
I need you to go, okay, even go out of just go on Google right now. Type Yahweh, origins of Yahweh, or who is Yahweh. Can you do that, please? And then come back and tell us what you find. Because we're tired of this. I mean, as African people,
I can help out, Beso.
Yes.
Okay, tell me point.
Okay, let's see. So Yahweh.
I don't know if you can bring it on the screen as well. None of them whatsoever. No one on the African continent speaks that language, right?
Okay.
It's just really confusing. There we go. The host has put it up.
The origins of Yahweh, the God of Israel, are complex and debated, but a widely accepted theory places his origins among the Midianites in the northwest Arabian desert. It is believed that the Israelites later adopted Yahweh as their national God. He later did that, adopted Yahweh as their national God.
I see.
Potentially, through the
Jehovah,
potentially,
Jehovah is a different God, and Yahweh it didn't even belong to the Israelites. It belonged to another nation.
Exactly.
And they now started worshiping this Yahweh character And then we have people in Africa who have been brainwashed so much that they can't think for themselves, right? They leave their own gods in their own community to run after a Yahweh, thinking that the Yahweh is the supreme being. It is not.
Professor,
there is nowhere in the
source?
Bible where this Yahweh character claims to be a creator or a supreme being. Nowhere.
Vessel, let me.
What is the source of that?
Hold on, please. Hold on. Let me.
What is it?
Let me finish.
Source.
Hold on.
What is the source of that?
It is believed that the Israelites adopted Yahweh as their national god, potentially through interactions with the Midianites or the Canaanites, who were known for their metalworking skills and association with the desert regions. This theory suggests that Yahweh was originally worshipped by the Midianites, a group living south of Israel. And this theory proposes that the Canaanites, who were associated with the Midianites and known for their metalworking, may have introduced Yahweh to the Israelites.
But Afro, if I remember correctly,
the challenge.
Hold on, please, Master Isaiah. If I remember correctly from the Bible, these Midianites and Kenites and all Amalekites and all of that, were they not the enemies of this Israel, the Israelites and their God?
Absolutely.
So how then can these who are called sinners have a God? And they, because if you read the Bible, the God there is telling them to go and unalive all the Midianites, all the Kenites, all the Amalekites. They're at war. So how can the same God tell the Israelites to go and unalive its own people that worship it? It doesn't make sense.
Can I respond to this? The challenge with this, with what you've read now, is this. To begin with, what is the origin of the Midianites? The Midianites are a group of people that descended from the daughters of Lot, right? And Lot was a nephew, I believe, of Abraham. And God was already speaking to Abraham even before Lot showed up in the scriptures.
No, you get it. You
had
get
already
it wrong
established
because
relationship.
you get it wrong because Abraham grew up worshiping different gods. He never grew up worshiping that God. It's when he became an adult that he now destroyed his father's altars and his father's gods and started worshiping this God. However, that God never claimed to be Yahweh.
But even
if that's just hold on,
is not called Yahweh. That's a different God. You people all think the problem with you is with you guys is that you think that you're worshiping one God with different names. What you don't realize is that you're worshiping different gods, hence the different names. Yahweh, Jehovah,
I get
El Shaddai, all of those are different gods. But you have chosen Yahweh and you're claiming Yahweh is the creator. There is nowhere in the Bible or anywhere in history where Yahweh has claimed to have created anything. Yahweh was a small god amongst other gods.
Okay, I understand. So, but that does not still change my point. The point is the Midianites came after Abraham, and God had already established a relationship with Abraham, even though
the God you don't understand. I will repeat again. The God that introduced himself to Abraham never told him that his name was Yahweh. So what you're saying doesn't make sense. The Midianites, yes, they came out of Lot, the Midianites and the Amalekites, they came out of the interaction between Lot and his two daughters. However, those groups of people were called enemies of the Israelites. They fought them. They literally fought their own cousins. They literally wiped them out. Right? So
I understand.
I don't understand. After wiping them out, they then adopted their God.
Okay, I understand you. You say that God never told Abraham that he's Yahweh, but there is absolutely nowhere else. There's no way. You can't even find a single place in the Bible where it is stated that the Midianites worship the God called Yahweh. So how am I supposed to believe what you're saying?
About the Midianites? Is the Bible about Midianite history?
But the Bible mentioned gods that they worshipped. It did, and it didn't mention Yahweh as part of it.
Do you think
they worshipped other gods? They worshipped.
Do you think Yahweh is the only God that they worshipped?
Master, let me
I'm trying
help
to.
you.
I'm.
Master, let me help you. Master, let me help you. Master, let me
You
help
understand that
Belial
I'm
is
not
the
trying
brother
to.
to
I'm not
Yahweh,
trying to
and he
argue. I'm
too
just.
was worshipped. There are many
Master,
gods,
Master, let me
many
help you.
thousands, hundreds.
Okay,
But
go on.
the
Go on.
Bible does
Believe.
not list
Go
all of
on.
them.
said they want to help.
Go on. Go on.
My
Go on.
sister, my sister also.
Master Isaiah.
So do you
Hold
believe?
on,
Do
hold
you
on.
believe? First of all, you are
Don't ask me
you are
about believing. I'm not a believer.
yes.
Believe.
You do you believe in the Google that Google is right
I've
about
just
everything?
said to you, I am not a believer.
Nobody is searching anything on Google.
Whatever Google says, I can still go and find another source elsewhere to verify if what Google is saying is true. Right?
So
There are
that's
many
that's
sources to this information. You can go to your nearest library and find a book on ancient times. You will still find this information. Whatever is on Google is things that are taken out of books that are in libraries and put online so that it's easy for you to access. You don't have to go to the library. So they put it online for you to access it. This is just making life easier for you. Back in the day, you used to use pigeons to send messages to each other, homing pigeons.
I don't
Now
believe
you
in
use a
Google.
phone.
I don't miss
So
my
instead of you going to the
on Google.
library and traveling, if the book is not available in your country, you have to travel to another country to find the book. Now you just go online because all the books are now online. So don't ask me about believing in Google or whatever. Information
So
can
is
be
every
fact-checked
is
and
every
verified.
information posted on Google correct? Is every information
That is
posted on
why
Google
I said
correct?
you go and verify it. Find
So
other
Master
sources.
Master Isaiah, verse. So hold on, believe. So why is it hard for you religious people? Why is it always that all what we get, we the unbeliever, all the information we get is from online. So are you trying to tell us that we can't use our brain to think in a logical way? That's an insult. That is an insult.
You keep saying logical way.
Master Isaiah,
So
one sec,
you
one
assume
sec.
people who believe in.
Master Isaiah, one
Believers
sec.
are allergic to logic.
Go on.
You were asked, Master Isaiah, what Master
That's
Isaiah,
not
you
true.
were asked.
I disagree
hold on,
with
you
that.
were asked what is the name of your God, correct? Yes?
Correct.
And you said Yahweh, correct?
Yeah, I said
Okay.
that.
So what was the name of this God before he was called Yahweh in the Bible?
What was the name of God before he was called Yahweh in the
Yeah.
Bible? Well, if you read from the beginning, the Bible did not state God's personal name, right? But
So
God
it's
is
Eloi,
yeah,
hold on.
before
Eloi and Elohim. Because
where
when it says God,
Elohim is not God's name. It's not a name. Is just like Lord, God, they are not his name. Those are titles.
you're saying
Do
it's
you
a
understand?
title, right? So
yeah.
So you're saying when they called him, oh Elohim, you're saying they didn't consider that his name. Is that what you're telling us?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's a title. Like if I call God,
I know.
God is not God's name.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Elohim.
I heard you. One sec. I'm basically telling you
on.
that it is actually his name, because when they addressed him, they used that term. It is a title, it is an adjective, but it's also a noun. Do you understand? It means the strong. El means strong, to have power, force, and strength. And it's basically saying the strong one, or the universal strength, however you want to put it. So there is his actual name.
And El was the
people
father.
use
El is the father of
people
Yahweh.
call God.
Yahweh
God.
is the son of Yahweh.
Hold on, what's that? You know what?
I mean,
Vessel,
Yahweh
yes.
is the son of El.
Oh, yeah. Listen, wait, Master, listen.
No.
Wait,
no.
hold on.
People call
listen,
do you know
no,
that?
Wait, stop. El in the Canaanite tradition is the master head god, and Yahweh is one of the lesser of the pantheon. Do you understand? So she's right.
He's a small god, a tiny.
No. It's not true. What you're saying is not true.
He's a storm.
What you're
okay,
what you're
where's
saying
your
is
proof
not
that
true.
it's not true, Master?
He's a storm volcano.
I'm giving
god.
you.
Show us the proof that what we're saying is not true.
Okay, is that how it works?
Yes.
Because you are the one coming up to say that. Okay, you show me the proof that Yahweh is the lesser.
God, where God himself said, I, God, do this. I, God, I am Yahweh. I, God, give me a verse, a reference in the Bible. Give us a reference in the Bible that
I mean, like,
God
there are so many.
himself
What
to
are you
Moses.
saying?
He spoke to Moses
What are
in the
you
burning
saying?
bush.
I beg, Master
There's so
Isaiah.
many places God
that
spoke.
was a
Master
third part.
Isaiah, hold on, no,
That
please,
was a
hold
third
on,
part.
hold on. Master Isaiah, please. In some Canaanite religious traditions, Yahweh was initially considered a lesser deity associated with storms, war, and the wilderness. Over time, and particularly within the context of Israelite religion, Yahweh rose to become the principal deity and head of their pantheon. That's the Israel people, or the other people.
Can you scroll down? Let me see the source of the. Can you scroll down? Scroll down. Let me see the source.
Yes,
Afro, you know, in Africa we have our own gods, gods of war, gods of iron, gods of storms, you know, goddesses of fertility, gods of fertility, all of these things. But then these people will reject it and say these are evil because they're African. And then they will go and they'll worship Israelite gods or Canaanite gods and claim that they're holy. Do you see how lost
Vessel.
Let
For
me
you to
finish.
know
Sorry,
vessel,
let me just finish. Let me just finish this one.
Okay.
Over time, and particularly within the context of Israelite religion, Yahweh rose to become the principal deity and the head of their pantheon, eventually eclipsing other gods like El. Right?
This is the Israelite religion, not the Canaanite.
Isa talked about.
Okay, scroll down. Let's see this.
In the ancient Canaanites,
overview says it over there.
Yahweh was one of many gods, often depicted as a storm god and associated with the wilderness. So yes, it's an AI overview.
While it's an AI overview, there is links to the sources there. So Master Isaiah, I mean, all this time they've been telling you to do the research yourself. I'm tired of it. Do the research yourself. If you're so pressed about the sources, you can search for the same thing. I'm sure the same AI overview will come out. You can see the links. You can click them for a deeper dive on your own, please. And also,
okay, so let's move on.
To correct, one second. No, 1 second. To correct your notion, right? Because I've said it in the comments, but I feel it's time to say it on here. I don't know if you're familiar with research. You say you're educated. You don't research and just go on Google and see the first thing, and that's the thing that you take without. So because you mentioned earlier when Vessel was giving you some facts about the origin of the names of God, you were speaking like, you know, she just opened Google and the first thing that popped up, that's the thing she's taking down. Listen, when you're doing research, you do search for other things beyond just what is presented to you, right? You validate what you're seeing, you check if there's any biases that would have informed the studies, etc., right? So I don't have to lecture you on this, but just FYI, other people do research, even if like you're not, like, you don't do it. So maybe start doing that. Don't rely on just the Bible.
Okay, that's wrong. What you're saying is wrong. What you're saying is wrong. It's very wrong. You know, I don't like it when sometimes, you know, if you notice when I came here and we started having this conversation, I've tried as much as I can to not be your typical angry Christian. I've been very calm. I've been trying to understand everybody. But one of the things I do not like is people who are not Christians or who do not believe in God. They just assume that everybody who is a Christian must be irrational, illogical, incapable of reasoning properly. Or look, see, now you are teaching me how to do research like I don't do research, or maybe I don't know how it is done. That's crazy. That's a very terrible way to go around saying people. Hold on.
You haven't done it
no,
is the reason why we're teaching you.
Listen, let me finish, please. Let me finish. For the
Don't
fact
speak
that
over the women,
I do not believe what you believe.
We are not imposing religion
listen.
restriction on women.
Hello,
here.
are you a sexist? Calm down. Which one is don't speak
hold
over women? The women.
You hold
Relax.
on for them.
Okay, the women should speak over me. The women should speak over me.
Hold on for her.
Just listen. Let me finish. I was making a point. Let me finish.
Master, please stop, because what you're doing now, you're whining, right? I'm not. When Vessel brought the information, you people were saying, oh, the first thing she came across is what she's busy giving to you and all this.
No, I never said that.
No,
I never said
I said
that.
you guys. Somebody else said it, right?
No, Afro, he did as well. He did. That's why I'm responding to him.
I never said that.
Did.
I never said that.
Please, anyway.
I never said that.
Look, when someone makes the effort to bring some information to you, at least be appreciative of what you are being shown, right? But instead, you were dismissive of it. And now that you are told, okay, the same way you can go and we are doing this information, or the same way Bessel has done her homework to go and get the information that she has brought to you today, you also go and do that. Nobody has said here that the believers they're clueless, or you are the one now, right?
Yeah.
Insinuating that. Nobody has said that, and that's not fair. And this is why I don't want you to whine. Please don't do that. Nobody has said.
Let me say this. I don't know if you've been listening, especially to this guy called God No Exist. From the beginning, since he came up, that's exactly what he has been saying, and I have never responded to that. He has been saying it. What you just said, nobody have said. He has been saying it from the beginning, but I've been ignoring.
Please, did you hear me?
No, not you, not you.
No,
not you.
Did you hear me say to him to not generalize?
No, I understand that you said that, but I'm just saying that.
Did you hear
that
me
is
say
it. That
to
is
him not to generalize?
No, I get that you said it.
said
I
to
understand
him-
and I
said to
appreciate
him
that,
to
right?
focus on what you are saying.
Yeah, I understand. I get that and I appreciate that. The point I'm making here is this.
No.
No, we are not whining. The point I'm making is this. I don't like it when people assume that if you're a Christian, you are automatically close to reason. You are automatically against logical
It's
reasoning.
the things you say.
No. For the fact that I don't agree with you and I
No,
don't believe what
don't
you
have
believe,
to
it does
agree,
not
but
mean.
it's the things you say.
No, okay. So if I accept everything that you've said,
You
does it
don't
mean
have
that
to
I know?
accept what I
No.
say.
Thank you for
I want to ask you a
giving
question.
everyone-
I want to ask you a question.
Ask me a question, please.
This is the question. If you had brought this up and then I agree 100% with what you've said, I know I don't have to, but if I agree 100% with what you've said and I accept and I agree with it, would you or would anybody here be saying that I don't know how to do research,
Isaiah.
maybe I'm not rational?
Yes.
I remember
Yes.
now what he actually said.
Nobody
guys. I
would
remember
say
what
that
he
because
actually said.
We would
Isaiah,
nobody would say that.
because we actually
Isaiah.
Because
encourage
this
you
guy
to do
here,
research.
this guy
Isaiah, you
called
said
God knows,
repeatedly.
God knows,
Isaiah,
he
Isaiah,
accepts everything you say.
Isaiah,
Guys,
Yes.
guys, 1 second. Please, can we move on? Please, can we move on? I don't want to do this whining. I beg. Let's move on. Please.
Yes, we can move on. That's why I kept quiet for him.
A good topic would be to talk on the Bible and how they hold all of their faith on like a book that's poorly written.
Master
Everything in that
Isaiah.
book can be debunked. Every single thing. Because from Abraham, the whole thing, none of those people even existed. Everything was copied from somewhere else. Nothing in that book is original. And it's for me, it just breaks my heart to see melanated men, honestly, like deep in this stuff. How are you going to lead us? You're supposed to be leading, right? You want to be the head. You want to be this. How are you going to lead your homes, your businesses? How do you expect to be successful when you believe in this BS? How?
Okay, can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Please
Can I answer
I
that?
want to know.
Okay, let me answer that. First, just hold on. Let me answer that. I know that it might be a rhetorical question, but let me respond to that. Here's the thing. My faith in Jesus or in Christianity does not prevent me from being. Please let me answer. Thank you. Listen, please. It does not prevent me from being a good citizen in my country. Isaac Newton is one of the greatest scientists that has ever lived. He's a Christian.
My goodness.
The founding fathers of America,
No.
one of the
I'm talking about you.
one of the best countries.
People, I'm talking about you in particular.
No.
Because you don't need.
he just said
How do you know?
America is
How
the
do you
best
know that
country.
I'm not leading?
You don't need a
How do you
God
know that I'm not
teacher for a
leading?
book to teach you how to be good. You don't need that. You can be good without a Jesus.
How do you know that I'm not leading?
Sorry, can I ask him some questions?
Well, how do you know I'm not contributing
You
to
can't.
my
You
society?
can never. The
How do you
fact
know
that
these
you,
things?
the fact that you, as
Do you know
a
me?
melanated
No,
male,
I
are
don't
bowing
want
down to
whining,
something
man.
else,
I don't want
you
this
can
whining.
never be
Come on.
leading.
Do you know me?
I don't want this
Please,
whining. I
Do
don't
you
need
know
to.
me?
Bookie, hold on.
Can I ask
Bookie,
I
hold on
don't.
for hold
Listen,
on,
I
hold
don't
on.
want this whining. Do you
This
know me?
is
Do you know? I don't want this, man. Let's have conversation. Oh man.
Master
no,
Isaiah.
no, but did you hear? Did you hear what she said?
Master Isaiah.
She said
What
that
I know
as long
about
because
you
I believe
is
in
that you're
Jesus,
brainwashed.
I cannot
That's
be.
what I know about you. The fact that you're brainwashed, it does not make
Now
you an
you are
effective leader.
generalizing.
Okay.
You can never
Now
be
you
an
are
effective leader.
generalizing.
Can we let's not
Now you are generalizing.
I am not. I'm talking about you.
Let's not make this personal. Let's not make this personal. I beg you, please. Let's not make this personal. Someone said they had a question for this. So someone.
Yes.
Okay, go on.
It's Master Isaiah.
No, hold on, Isa.
No,
Isa, hold on.
am
I think it was
Apostle.
Buki that said they had a question.
Okay.
Isa, don't worry, you can go next.
Okay then.
All right.
Guys, we're not tapping on the screen.
Master
No, please,
Isaiah.
let's tap on the screens, people.
Tap.
Sure. All right. Sorry, good morning, everybody.
morning.
Actually, this is my first live.
Oh, okay.
Master Isaiah. I asked my mom some question this morning. She was unable to answer because she's a strong Christian. But I stopped going to church a very long. So I asked her, what has God done for you? So, Master Israel, and please, any answer you'll be giving me, please I don't want an answer that it is generalized to everybody, including those that do not believe there is God. So let your answer be certain, like what has that your God, that your Yahweh, that your Elohim, that your El Shaddai, omnipotent, omniscience, omni everywhere, what has he done for you?
Okay, so you are asking about a personal experience now. One of the reasons why I don't like bringing personal experience to debates, to conversations like this.
I am not asking my experience with God. I am asking God done for you that you can boldly point at and show someone that this is what God has done for me.
It's the exact same thing now. Anything that I'm going to be saying here is unique and personal to me. That's what you are asking. You're asking me to tell you about.
I think.
So let me just go straight
what
to the
have you
point. Let me go straight. Listen.
He was asking you what have you achieved?
Listen, I understand you. I understand you.
Master Isaiah. Sorry. I already know where you're going and I don't need your answer. Please, sorry, my question is over. It's not really because he will only answer me like a semi-illiterate person. Sorry.
No. Now you can hear that, moderator. You can hear that, right? You can hear that, moderator. You can hear that.
Yes, I heard that.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Now, did you like that?
Let's not make it personal.
Let's
not make
you
it
like
personal.
that, right?
No, let's not make it personal.
Master Isaiah.
I don't think that.
1 second, everyone. 1 second. God no exists. Sorry, hang on. Master Isaiah, this thing you do to cry, victim, stop it. Because just in this moment, Afro and myself just said the same at the same time. No, don't do that. She said, let's not get personal. I told him off and said not to do that. And you're saying, you moderators, you guys are not saying anything because you like that. Can you not? You are not a victim here. If
no, that's not what I said.
That's what you said.
I didn't say she's not doing anything because she likes it.
Nope. You said stop this thing. I don't
know.
like
I said, do you hear that? Do you like that?
You see now you want to change your words. You guys, I don't know.
No, I am not saying it was a
he
question I
no,
asked.
to be fair to him, he did ask, do you like that? I heard him ask, do you like that?
Right. Now, we were already cautioning him before you spoke. So please, next time, try and take a moment, right? Because
I think
it's a fair panel here.
because of this little pandemonium. Okay.
No, you are not the cause of anything.
I'm sorry, Master
just
Isaiah, for using
speak.
that.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Master
It's fine.
Master Isaiah, I was to go now,
sorry.
With my question.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not angry. I just don't want
you want
because,
justice. That's fine. You want justice. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. What I was going to say in regards to what you were saying earlier about your faith in the Bible, do you think it has anything to do with having a inferiority complex as a black man in relation to white people and them being superior with their religion? Do you think that's one of the reasons you have faith in it? So in other words, if let's say not Chinese, if Sri Lankan people, if you know who they are, came and give you their faith, would you accept it? Or if they, conquered or colonized, do you think you've had the same view? Do you think a partial reason why you hold on to this without God doing the miracles in your life for all of us to see, is because of white supremacy in your head?
Hey, what kind of difficult question is this?
Okay, that's a very good question.
I wanted to elaborate on it because it doesn't sound like he's ever heard of.
Go on.
No. I wanted to elaborate on it because if I made it short, he may not understand. But okay, basically what I'm saying is,
go on.
If you look from an atheistic perspective, anyone just believing in a historical event that God came to earth and apparently died for your unalived for your sins, and for you to get to heaven in the hereafter that you've never seen, you've never been shown it before. You put so much investment in it. What would be the reason that you would do so without some sign? So let's say all of humanity at the age of 20 were taken to this afterlife. We saw it, then we were brought back here. Then we would say, right, we're now working towards something we know, but we're literally trusting people's words. Do you understand? And I'm saying the investment that you have, is it because you invest first and foremost in white people being superior?
No, okay, that's a very good question.
I think Lisa already have helped me buttress my question. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, go on. If you can answer the question.
Okay, so personally, the answer is no. I don't believe in Christianity or God simply because I'm suffering from low self-esteem or because I think white people are superior. Maybe there are people who do, right? But first of all, I don't. Second of all, that is not the essence of Christianity. There is no race in Christianity. There are people who assume, there are people who believe that, Christianity or the Christian religion have somehow taught black people that they are inferior to the white people who they believe brought Christianity into Africa, specifically Nigeria. But I don't believe that's true. I don't think, based on scripture, that's true. And the Bible is not. The Bible is basically not teaching that message as well. And to even go a step further,
what do your history books say, though?
Please,
Isaiah,
just hold.
What does your history say?
No, let him finish, please.
Let him finish.
Please, to even take it a step further, I don't believe you need Jesus to be wealthy. So I don't believe that, and I don't even believe
you can't even lead ants.
You don't think you believe you need Jesus to be wealthy?
Please let me. I'm trying to make a point here.
Yeah, cool.
See, the point I'm trying to make is this. Number one, I don't believe in Christianity because I have low self-esteem and I think the white people are superior.
Number two, I don't believe in Christianity as a way of socio-economic progress, thinking that because
Hold on,
I
why
believe
do
as
you
Jesus,
believe in
I would one day
Christianity?
be rich or wealthy.
Yeah.
Yet you've got your pastors
Why?
driving Rolls Royces,
Yeah, there are
flying
pastors who
private
teach
jets.
that.
Why do
Yes,
you
there are
believe
If
in
pastors
your
who
it?
teach that,
religion,
but
if
it is
your
not true.
religion didn't involve money, there would be no Christianity.
Vesu, he's talking about himself now. He's talking about
No, but
Oh,
Yeah,
now,
I'm
now
talking.
he
You know,
wants to personalize it.
no, now he's
Isaiah,
Afro,
talking
now
why?
he
no,
wants to personalize
listen.
it, right?
Hello,
but
listen,
he was
Vesu.
asked the question about
Yeah,
himself.
personally, yeah.
Vesu. To begin with, I was asked a question about myself. Secondly, I'm trying to tell you, before you came to speak, I made a point here. I said there is the faith, there is the institution, and in the institution of the faith, there are excesses of men. The Bible does not approve and does not teach prosperity gospel. People teach it. People use Christianity as a means to oppress other people. I'm not saying that's what you're asking me to read my history book. I know where you are going to, and that's one of the main issues that you are. But I'm telling you that is not Christianity. Christianity has been used by people,
and I can tell you, you are persecuting people with this who do not believe. Like, say for example, you yourself, if you've got kids and your kids tell you they don't want to go to church, you will force them to go to church. I'm
Why
sure
will
there
I
are
do that? I
people
won't
that
do
you
that.
tell have
You
got evil
initiate
spirits
them through that system.
and all that stuff. But you're saying you
won't
don't
force
force, you don't
anybody
do this,
to
you don't do
No,
that.
you initiate
Please.
them systematically
Hold
to
on.
the system.
Hold on,
You
Master.
push them systematically
What do you
to
mean
the
by
system.
initiate?
Master, you just said
What do you mean by
about
initiate?
Master. Isaiah,
Yeah,
you just
religion
said,
is a cult.
you just said about the wicked that the Christians did before, right? And you were saying they weren't real Christians, or that they shouldn't be doing that. Now the thing is, do you agree that your Jesus in the Old Testament, before he came to earth, he was telling people, human beings, the Israelites, to go and unalive men, women, children, oxes, donkeys, and anything that was alive? Do you agree?
Yeah.
So what you're asking is, do I believe that in a war people should be killed?
It wasn't always in a war.
No, there was no war. There was no war. There wasn't a war.
Show me one that was not a war, and
Yeah,
I'll show you how
it says
the war
that
was.
they done something 400 or 4 generations before, the Amalekites. Maybe they attacked them, the Israelites, 4 generations.
So it's a war
before.
No, it wasn't.
No, this
a war.
So it's a war.
It's 400 years. No. Listen to what I'm saying. Something happened generations before, so nothing is continuing. So it's revenge. But even if you say that, my point is.
Okay. Isa, before you continue, let me say this.
Hold
Do you know that same Amalekite?
Hold on. What about the cases of when God says to the Israelites, I'm going to give you a land with milk and honey in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Leave that land where you are and go, and I will give you a land. Well, turns out the land belongs to some other people.
Exactly.
God says, I'm giving you the land that someone else is occupying.
Grabbers. Those people are land grabbers. Land grabbers.
That's what you call land grabbers.
So
Yeah.
God said, go and drive them out of the land.
Yeah.
Isaiah, my point was,
so they justify their evil through the
Isaiah, you were saying that the Christians were evil for doing it, but your Jesus before you said in the Old Testament was telling people to do it. So are you saying that your Jesus is evil?
I wanted to. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: that it is a war, and I can prove it. So even you raise the issue of the Amalekites. Let me even tell you this: do you know that even after that instruction was given to Saul to go and attack the Amalekites and have them, which is what people always bring up, the king that he spared, his name is Agag. Right, so if you trace the lineage of that king, you will end up in the book of Esther in a man named.
Trace your own
lineage. Let me finish.
As an African man, trace your own lineage.
Let me Jesus.
Master, Isaiah.
You want to tell me about
please
lineage
listen.
of people that live thousands of miles away from
tracing their lineage.
Do you even know who your great grandfather is?
Can I finish? Can I make a point?
Tracing their lineage is evil.
I know who my grandfather is, for God's sake.
I said your great grandfather.
Can I finish, please? I think I'm the only Christian here. I'm the only Christian here. To be fair for me to always finish my point.
Let him finish telling us about the lineage, I beg, please. Let him finish telling us about the lineage.
Let me finish the point. The point I'm making is this. In the book of Esther, you discover that there's a man called Haman. And Haman had this plot to kill all the Jews in the Median Persia Empire, right? And God used Esther and Mordecai to save the Jews. Now, that Haman is a descendant of the Amalekites, specifically a descendant from the royal family of the Amalekites. So from the beginning till even after the instruction that everybody is always angry about, it further into the future, it's a war. It's a war of a decision to exterminate one another. Do you understand that?
Isaiah, please explain what that has to do with the children. With the children. One sec, no, because he's gonna run quick. Explain, Isaiah, what that has to do with the children. What have they done wrong?
Okay, this is the thing. If you have a group of people that are vowed to erase you and your family from the surface of the earth, and you know it,
the group
and
of
the
people
only
didn't
way
do that. It is your God that did that.
Listen now. The
God
only way.
Let him finish. Just let him finish. Let him finish, please.
If you have a group of people that are vowed to erase you and your entire family from the surface of the earth, as evidence in what they did in the past and what they did and plan to, and their descendants plan to do in the future, there is this elaborate system of indoctrination, even that they carry out on their young ones, to hate you continuously and all that is yours. If you have that situation, what exactly would you do?
I'll tell you, Isaiah,
and you know that
I'll tell you.
The only option is to
hold on. I'll tell you.
Okay, go on.
I'll tell you what civilized humans do. So maybe you can tell your God what he should do next time. Is what you do. If that's the case, then all the adults must take responsibility for whatever they either plan to do, etc. But if that's the case, that you unalive the adults, then what you do is you raise the children differently. You understand?
So,
but
been done many times over.
In that case, isn't this God supposed to be loving? Isn't he supposed to be wonderful? Is he not the same God that created those Midianites and Amalekites and whoever? Right? This is the way Master Isaiah is saying it. It seems as if this is like a game of chess. It's a game.
Hold on, everyone. Please, can I ask you all a question, please? I would like an answer, please. So, you and somebody are in a fight, right? You and somebody, or maybe the fight has been going on for years, and now the person is threatening to take out all your kids, right? Because of this fight between both of you. Would you kind of find would you try to have a dialogue, right? Would you try to make peace with this person, considering that your children do not deserve any of this, right? Would you, I'm just asking from the standpoint of people being reasonable, from a standpoint of
as a humanist.
Exactly. And you know, this is the modern day now, right? And there are ways to have our disputes. There are ways to go about how we resolve those. So would you do anything to protect your children if that includes making peace with the enemy? Would you guys do it? I'm just asking.
I would definitely do that, because being an atheist, I am a humanist, because I put human life, thoughts, and feelings first, whereas believers put their God first. And for them, their mantra is, you don't believe in my God, therefore you should be wiped out. You should be unalived. You should burn in hell. You should do this. So much violence and hate from this particular group of people that believe in gods, which I really don't understand. I don't get it.
My question is even
okay. So you know the thing.
Master Israel, you said
everybody.
Hello, you said you don't believe Christianity is for prosperity, Christianity is for this, Christianity is for that. So please,
everybody,
what is?
Oh, good night. God no exists.
What is
good night,
Christianity to you?
good night,
good night. Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so okay,
So
I'm
what is
gonna get to you,
Christianity?
Buki. All right, I get you. I understand. I get your question. I'm gonna get to you, Buki. I think sometimes when we are discussing the scripture, we may not really understand that some of these issues are day-to-day activities, day-to-day experience that we have. Let me give you an instance. We have terrorist groups in our world now that are terrorizing people, nations in Nigeria. And I used to stay in northern Nigeria. So some of you may not really get it because I don't know if you are here, but I know what it means to fear,
I'm going to
live.
stop you, please. I'm master.
Please, let me
Master.
finish.
No. I'm going to stop you because you're trying to equate. I hold on. You need to let me speak. You're trying to equate the T groups, right, to these people who were God's chosen people, the God who created everyone. The God who created the people who are the T's, the people who are his own chosen people, right? In this instance, this one that we are reading in the Bible, it is the God that is the terrorist. It is the God himself who is telling them to go to other
from
people's
your
land.
perspective, right?
He's the one telling them to go and do these things. So you cannot come here and tell us about the T groups. No. God is
actually,
God is the biggest terrorist himself.
Actually, what I was trying to talk about was respond to Isa when he said he would have trained the children of the Amalekites so that they would be more receptive to him. I wanted to put it to him to try to train the children of the T group members and try to see if that can bring any good.
Well,
that's where I was going.
Listen carefully. There's
Have you done that?
No. Hold on.
Are you an American,
brother? Wait. Listen, this is easy.
Are you an American,
brother? Your Bible. I'm in the UK. Your Bible answers this. Watch this. In another incident, because you're only referring to one incident, the other one says, "Keep alive for yourselves the virgin girls." So it's very clear that even your Bible says that you can train the children, because what are they going to do with these virgin girls, mate?
I don't understand.
Exactly. So it's very clear. Hold on. This is
no, it's not exactly. Please.
What's that? So wait. Because remember, my claim was about your Jesus in the Old Testament. Because you said the Christians were wicked in what they did and when they came and colonized all the unaliving of our people and then gave us this book and this religion, etc. You said
no. The point is, it was a war. I was trying to say that it was a war.
Well, no. Wait. You're not.
That was my point.
No, that even if it is, I'm saying.
Did you read this?
Wait. Hold on. I'm saying to you, throughout history, nations have had war. We're not denying that. However, if you are dealing with war on the basis of the commands of a highly moral God, then the last thing we expect this God to do is tell people to unalive children. Do you understand? So what I'm saying to you
is... That's exactly what he would do if he's a moral God, because the Amalekites were a wicked people according to God's own standard.
You've already said about trying it with the children, right? Train the children.
Isa, please. How were they wicked? How were they wicked? The Amalekites. How were they wicked?
I'm a Christian again. I'm a Christian again, and I'm going to speak from the Bible.
Yes. How were they wicked?
The origin? Yes, the origin. Like I said earlier, what is even the origin of the Amalekites? The Amalekites, they all descended from Edom. Edom descended is from Esau. It has been from the what was happening is generation after generation are being indoctrinated to continuously attack the children of Israel with the end goal of.
Can you please tell us what did they do that was wicked?
No, but Afro, it's the Israelites.
They were killing the poor, killing women.
They never attacked. It's the Israelites that went after them after their God commanded.
No, that's not true.
Wait, Master Isaiah.
That's not true.
One second. Guys, did you hear him say they were unaliving women? They were unaliving. Oh my
God.
God responds to them by doing the exact same thing that they're doing.
Master Isaiah, you're gonna get the live taken down. Don't use the KILL word. That's why I came up. Please use unaliving.
Wow.
Use unaliving.
Can I just read the actual sentence which says? So it says 1 Samuel 15 or 1 Samuel 15:3, and it says, "Now go and attack the Amalekites and completely destroy everything they have. Do not spare them, unalive men and women, infants and nursing babies, oxen and sheep, camels and donkeys."
Chapter and verse again, please.
Right. So 1 Samuel 15, chapter 15, verse 3. So, Master Isaiah, I suggest to you that the psychology of such people who follow such commands would be totally damaged after that when they go back to their families. I mean, they will have no concern for their own children or any other human beings. And the fact that Saul went to your God and spared people, and your God was angry because he spared people's lives. Again, your Jesus, before he came to earth, doesn't really sound like a civilized person or God, whatever it is. And when you're blaming Christians for following this, I think you really need to think again, because it sounds like, or when you're blaming Christians as being evil, then you're literally attributing evil to your God, aren't you, Isaiah? Yes?
Yeah, I understand what you've
just
said.
yes or no first, please. Yes or no?
You know, nothing is that simple. Yes or no?
Isaiah, listen. Let me put it again. You're saying that the Christians, when they came to Africa, these white people came with their bullets and whatever else, right? And then they came with this religion. Okay, they done the most hideous, every single crime that's detestable to man. They done it, even what we just read there, infants and so on, right? You said that was evil. Now the problem is, your God commanded people in history to do it. So if they read this and they followed this, would that, okay, let's ask you this. If those Christians that came and did what you call evil in, let's say, the last 200 years, and they followed this verse, would it still be evil? If they literally read from here and this justified it to their hearts, would it still be evil actions?
Yes, if they follow the verse, read it, and do all those things, it will still be evil, because God did not command them to do that.
What? But
It's not about following a verse.
But God sets the example.
You can't just read something in the Bible and then go and do it. It's not an instruction.
Does your God not set the example? So does your God have different standards of good and bad then?
No, it doesn't. The Bible contains not just Psalms, it contains history. God, that was a recording of specific instruction given to a specific group of people at a specific time. It does not apply to everybody. God would not come.
You made me laugh.
What? No, it's true now.
Listen,
it's true. I'm a Christian. I'm the one reading the Bible. I'm telling
you. If they feared that black people in Africa at the time, that their children would have risen up against them, do you believe it was justified to do infants and nursing babies? Do you think the white people are justified?
I condemn everything those evil men did in Africa, and I will forever condemn it today, tomorrow, and forever. And if they use the Bible, some of them use the Bible to do those things, and I'm telling you that is not Christianity. They were not instructed by God to do those things. God never instructed them to do
Isaiah,
those
you're not
things.
getting the point. Let me just finish this, and I'm mute up. I'm going to mute up. Sorry, Isaiah. I suggest to you this. I never knew this growing up. I never read none of this when I was growing up. Okay, my teen, whenever. I never heard any of this when I was a Christian. So I suggest to you that if people who are Christians in the last 200 years were reading this type of stuff, it's contaminatory to their mind, because there is no time at all throughout history that your God could ever justify doing anything like this to infants and nursing babies. So sit down and have a little think about that, and how it's planting the ideas, regardless of whether it's only in the Old Testament. If your God done it any time at all in previous million lifetimes before, do you understand that they're under any kind of righteous judgment would be evil?
Okay, let me say something that will annoy you very much, or annoy everybody here.
Bro, you've
I
been
know
doing that the whole life, bro.
I've
Come
been
on now.
no, my brother. Let me. This one is going to be like off the chart. I was even considering not saying it, but I'm going to say it anyway because it is the truth of what I believe. So
I'm holding
of
on to
course
my
I'm going to be
seat
expecting
here.
a lot of.
Yeah, it's the truth. You need to give us. You need to give us the source for that truth.
Okay, so no, I'm already what is it? Okay, here's, let me just go straight to the point. I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to say it so you understand why I say some of the things that I say. Now, from the Christian point of view, God, follow me now. God does not do what is right.
Huh?
Listen now, listen. Listen,
We
follow me,
agree with you.
follow
Yeah,
me,
go on.
please. Follow me. God does not do what is right. Everything God does is right. Do you understand?
My friend, if you don't start again,
Do you understand? Do you understand? I can explain. I can.
That is
I can
word
explain
salad.
to you. You no, it's not. Those are two different things, right?
Okay.
Here's the thing. I'm
One
gonna
second,
explain.
one second,
Doing
master,
what it's
master, one second.
God.
Guys, the gentleman is trying to tell us that God unaliving babies is right. Master,
Whatever he does is
Master
right.
Isaiah. So unaliving babies is right.
Down.
When you
not even that,
isolate
it's getting humans to do it.
when you
That's worse.
isolate,
Getting
when
humans
you
to do it.
isolate,
Wow.
when you isolate that and present it out there, I know what it sounds bad, right? I know what you're saying, but me, I'm speaking.
It's not
I'm
isolated
speaking.
event, though, is
Guys,
it?
one second. The gentleman,
No,
the
it is.
gentleman is saying
No, it's
it
not.
sounds great. Just
But
one
God
second.
didn't just wake
one
up and tell them to go and kill babies.
Just one second. Just one second.
Hey.
No, wait, just one second. This guy is saying it sounds
What do you think?
bad. He says it sounds bad. Do you have any kids, Isaiah?
Oh boy.
Do you have any
I'm
kids?
speaking from
Do you have
the Christian perspective and
do you have any kids?
the whole biblical
Do you
context of
have
what
any
happened.
kids?
No, let's not go
Do
personal. We're
you
talking about
have
scripture.
any kids? No, I'm curious.
Let's not.
So wait, can you do you
Okay, let me answer you. Let me
do you
answer
have
you.
empathy? Do you have empathy for people?
Well,
Do
no,
you
I
have
don't really
empathy
say I
for
don't
people?
have empathy for people.
I did not say you didn't. I'm asking.
Of course, I do have empathy for people.
So would you?
Of course, I have empathy for
What would
people.
you say to someone who loses their child to this God and his instructions? They've lost their child and they're wailing, they're crying, they're beside themselves, right? In grief. What would your response be to them? Would you say God did it and what he did is right? What would your response be to that person?
I'll comfort them
and say what?
right? and say like I'll comfort them,
And
right?
say
That's what I'm gonna do. What do you want to hear exactly?
What will you say to them?
That God is bad.
That word of comfort.
No, what are you going to say to them? That's what we want to hear.
How are you going to comfort someone when you're saying that what God did to their child is right? Hey, I see keyboard. Long time no see.
100,000 women and their infants. What would you say, Master Isaiah?
Did you hear him say this was an isolated event? Because
even the pregnant ones were not spared because he said, slice the bellies open, take out the babies, and dash them on rocks.
Wow, that's another incident as well. I forgot. Yeah.
What's happening here is that I don't know if somebody is just joining us. The person might think that I advocate killing. I'm sorry.
Say
unaliving people.
Unaliving, please. Good.
Unaliving, yes.
No, we don't.
Yes,
So if someone is
Master, you are advocating. You just told us
I asked you. I
No, but I'm not.
specifically asked you.
I will.
Specifically asked you that your God unalive.
No, I told you I would comfort them.
No, I specifically asked you that your
let me-
God unaliving babies. Is it right? You said yes, it was right. Yes, you are advocating
What I
the
said-
unaliving for the unaliving
No,
of babies.
That's not what I said. What I said is this. I said whatever God does is right, because God is good and he does not
that.
do evil.
That's what you're doing.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Do you hear yourself,
You got to
Master?
understand.
When it comes to your,
I know you are trying to. You are bringing
your
out.
God, it's okay. He can do whatever he wants.
That's what it means to be God.
I just have a last question.
So, Master, is there any context where it is okay to unalive babies?
Personally,
is there
for me,
any context where it is okay to unalive babies?
So personally, not personally.
Personally,
Any context.
No, come on, let him go.
personally, I will not. No, you are
Personalize it.
asking me now. Sure, you are asking me.
Yes.
Because
No, I want you to generalize the response.
no, I've given you guys a general answer, but you don't want it. This is the general answer. Whatever
the
God does, listen. The general answer is this. I'm going to stand by it. I will not. I will not be moved. I'm not one of those people that would be pressured to change their beliefs. This is what the Bible teaches. This is what I believe. It is true. In the context of all that happens, this is scripture. God is good, and nobody is good. Nobody is good. I know sometimes you might look at these things and say, I have never asked or ordered the unaliving of babies. I must be good. I'm therefore better than God. That's not what the Bible teaches. You are equally bad. You are
when
bad.
when God told them to take slaves, that was good, right?
Can he respond to my question? Is there any
when God?
context,
I don't understand.
Is there any context where it is okay to unalive babies?
I will never advocate for the unaliving of babies. That's my response.
No, but you said your God is right.
I've given you the answer already. What exactly do you want?
So
I've
when
told
it
you
is,
whatever God does is right.
Master, please hold on. Master, please hold on. So when it is your God unaliving the babies, is it right?
Whatever God does is right.
Wow.
Yes. Think about this. Think about this. Let me even give you something worse. Do you know that those who do not believe in the sacrifice of Jesus will go to hell? That's even worse. Because it's forever. That's something to be angry about. No. I will give you more things to be angry about.
Hold on. That is not worse. That is not worse at all. That is not compared to
it is actually. It is.
No, it is not, because okay. So are you saying that babies who didn't believe in Jesus are going to be in hell as well?
Imagine.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's worse in terms of the duration. Do you understand? In terms of the duration, hell is eternal.
So then,
Babies who don't
why did
believe
God
in
now
Jesus, are they
instruct?
going to hell? Please answer my question. Babies who don't believe in Jesus, are they going to hell?
Crickets.
Answer now.
Hello? Babies who do not believe in Jesus, are they going to hell? I don't. Here's what the Bible teaches, right? Follow me. The Bible teaches that those who are going to be making it to heaven are those who believe in Jesus. But we know that babies do not have capacities to reject or to not believe. Do you understand? Do you understand?
So they go into heaven, yeah?
I don't think they would go to hell.
If babies,
I do not think.
Babies do not.
You have to consciously reject.
Guys, I'm telling you, I'll be done. Please, just give me a minute. If babies don't have that capacity, why then are babies being unalive by God? Is he unaliving them just to send them straight to heaven?
Well, in the Christian perspective, death is not the worst thing. Even me, I will die one day. Everybody will die. Death is not the worst thing, right? I know, humanly speaking, that's horrible.
Can you please answer?
That's horrible. So there is
If children don't have capacity, why then is God unaliving babies?
I've already answered this question. No, listen, it's just that you people are not accepting the answer. I told you earlier that what was happening between the Israelites and the Amalekites was a system where generations after generations continue to indoctrinate future generations to work towards the complete extermination of the chosen people of God.
That's okay.
I've answered that already. So
Master Isaiah,
I've told
it's
you
okay.
already.
It's okay. We get you. But why is your God not talking the way he was talking in the Bible? Why is he not appearing in the clouds or in burning bushes? Why is he very quiet?
No, but vessel, you see.
But that will not change anything. If you see
It
God
will
appear
change.
in burning bushes, you won't be. You
It
won't still
will
believe
change
it.
because he showed himself as a God in a burning bush, as a God in a cloud to those people. Why is he not showing himself to us today?
He will come back, and when you come
Oh,
back,
please, I
you
beg you,
pray you are on
sorry.
the right side.
Oh, please.
Please, before you move on to the next, is you are talking about a scenario where over generations people have conditioned their children into hating their enemies. Yeah, this is what you're talking about, right? They have conditioned their
Yeah, I can hear
children into hating their enemies, right? But here we are talking about the God Himself. The God is not. This is not. You can't compare people conditioning children to hate and take out the generations of people. But in this instance, it is the God Himself telling grown adults, grown up folks to go into cities, unalive everything, including babies that are suckling.
Even the cats and the dogs, the rats, the cockroaches, everything.
I we get the point. We get the point. I've said this times and times again. I will not personally advocate for the
Okay, so
unaliving of
Master,
people.
can you for a second, right? This was for your community, right? Like, just imagine the horror, because maybe you feel too dissociated from this, too disconnected from it. Maybe bring it back home and think about like your entire.
I'm in Nigeria,
Doesn't-
okay, so
wait, one
I
second.
have an idea of
one second, right? So it doesn't have to be your hometown, because a lot of people are not so familiar, but your present community, where you've grown up, where you're residing, you know people on your streets, you know people around where you live. Imagine the sheer horror of like being people coming as being instructed by God to unalive every single person, including the kids, those kids that you see going to school in the morning, those kids that you see playing after school. Like, can you now see the horror that we are talking about? Because
I see.
Disconnected from it.
I see why you feel why.
Master, if God told Master Isaiah to analyze all the kids, Master Isaiah will do it.
That's the thing. God will not tell me to do that.
You will do it.
Why won't he?
No, but God will not tell me to do that.
Why won't he?
Why? He told the other ones in the Bible to do it. Why will he not tell you to do it?
He won't tell me to do
What's
that.
so special about you that he won't tell you to do it?
Because my name is Master Isaiah Sylvester.
Exactly, because that name, Master Isaiah, why he tell you to do it.
Guys,
there's
somebody else on the panel. If we want to take a break from Master Isaiah, please. He's been.
I don't know why other Christians are not coming up here. They should. This is a good opportunity.
A few people came up, but I think what you were saying scared them, and they ran off, because there was another Christian who came up and he dropped immediately. You said that thing about God being right all the time. He dropped immediately.
No, God is. God
you
is.
were the issue.
Okay, think about this. Think about this. If God is not right all the time, where is he wrong? And if God is wrong, how is he God?
Exactly.
So he has to be right all the
You
time.
to think about that by yourself, right?
So I'm telling you.
Go
Please,
on.
can I answer him?
This was when he was a lesser deity anyway. So this was, remember,
Please, can I
Yahweh.
answer him?
Yahweh is the storm god of war, right? So this is probably Yahweh telling them when he was a lesser god. When he became the high god, that's when he got morals, right? Yeah, so he started thinking about, you know what, this is probably wrong thing. And then when he came to earth, he started hanging with humans, and he was like, oh, you know what? Everything I've been saying, and oh, that's bad. Now, you know, he's walking around with human beings for 3 years or whatever it is, and he starts to empathize. Is that your story, Isaiah?
No, but
No, that's your story.
Isn't it strange that Yahweh could only become a bigger deity when he was adopted by a different
Master Isaiah.
And now,
Okay, go on.
look at it this way. When he was part of the Canaanite pantheon, he was a lesser god. When the Israelites adopted him as their god, he became big. Now, when these people in Africa have adopted him, they've now called him the supreme. They have made him even bigger
than they did.
than he ever was. How ridiculous.
Yes.
Okay,
Also, sorry, everyone.
I think I'll be leaving.
Everyone, sorry, 1 second. Hang on. Buki had a question just now. Sorry, Buki, go on, please. I saw your.
All right. My question is, if God is always right, why did he say in the Bible that I regretted ever creating man?
Fantastic. That's Genesis 6 verse 6. I know that verse.
Finished. I didn't even think of that. Well done.
God is always right. Why is that statement coming out?
Okay, can you check the word regretted?
Hey, Master, come on. Master, don't do this.
No, check it.
Don't do this.
Check it in which language? Greek or Hebrew?
No, check it.
Regret.
He said it twice.
No,
okay, he said it in Genesis 6:6. He said it in Genesis 6:7.
You cannot be correct about something and you tell me you regretted that thing.
Exactly.
It's not possible.
Thank you, Buki.
And you can't be omnipresent, omniscient, all-knowing, but you can't find a naked man in a garden.
Please, I quickly want to ask Master something, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Master, can you hear me?
Hang on, I think he's looking for the Bible verse. So he would respond to it. So if it's a question to take away from this, can you hang on a second? Let him respond to this, to Buki's question, and then you can ask your question. Is that okay, Aries?
Oh yeah, fine.
All right, thank you.
I can hear you.
Did you find it?
Oh, okay.
Did you find it? Hello, Master. If you leave the app, we can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Just go on.
So you asked, wait. You asked for the meaning of regret, right? I got it here. I pulled it up.
Okay, it's Genesis.
Yes. No. Because he said, what is the meaning of regret as a defense to, the statement you made. So regret as a verb, it is to feel sad, repentant, or disappointed over something that one has done or failed to do. As a noun, it's a feeling of sadness, repentance, or disappointment over an occurrence or something that one has done or failed to do. So, if you ask me, that is failure, right? That is an admittance or acknowledgement of failure. Yeah. So
you're saying
no, Master, 1 second. Sorry. 1 sentence and I'm done.
Sorry, go on.
So according to what you said earlier, that if God fails, then he is not God. So I don't know. It's in his own book. He did fail to do something. He regretted it and he had to do a correction. That's why there was the whole flood.
Okay, so the word
the correction was not even corrected.
The word there now is what this means now, based on your interpretation of that verse and all, is that it's God failed in making man. Is that the idea?
Sir, did you read the verse?
No, that's what it means now.
According to your Bible.
Did you read the verse?
And you are one of You are one of the man. You are.
It doesn't
you
matter.
are part of it.
This is not the point. You're deflecting.
God
you're moving
regretted.
away.
Because the word regretted, the word regretted does not mean failed.
Don't move away. It does mean failed. I read it to you.
No, it does not mean
Don't
failed.
move away
Regretted
from.
does not mean failed. That you regret something does not mean.
No.
Here's what it means.
No.
It does not mean failed.
Master, the failure.
The word there, it means.
The failure is the end part. It's the whole result. So they're saying, as a whole, in opposition to you saying that God is right all the time. So therefore, if he was right in creating humans the way he created them, if he was right, he would not regret creating them the way that he created them. Do you understand? So that would mean he's wrong. So for instance, if I say I'm leaving the house, it says it's going to rain and so on, and I'm wearing a shirt or something because it was sunny when I left, but it did say it was going to rain. I would get down the road or wherever, and it might rain, wet up my good shirt, and I say, I regret not bringing the umbrella. Means I was wrong to not bring the umbrella. Do you understand? So I'm not right all the time. Do you understand that, Isaiah?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so do you agree God is right and wrong sometimes?
No, God is not.
Hold on. So what is?
So please, I'm not even wanna address this to anyone. I just wanna make this address general. I feel so disappointed when I find out that majority of Africans are coward. Sorry, let me not use the word coward. Like majority of Africans.
Let's try and be respectful.
Sorry.
Let's try and be respectful.
Yes, that's why I take back the word. Like I still imagine how Africans that people say they are so intelligent and they are good, but I don't know where they get it wrong. Why will they keep?
Okay.
Oh, his network.
That was.
No, I don't think that was his network.
Is that hate speech?
Yeah, probably TikTok took him down. That's why I was trying to point out.
he was taken down.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to
taken down.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was.
So I think I would like to.
Can you hint at what he said? So that we don't repeat it.
It was the African thing. So you don't not just generalizing, but then to paint a group of people in like a certain light. Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to leave now, but before I go, let me just thank you guys. You guys have been awesome this night. I'm already feeling sleepy. You guys I've learned a lot of things from you.
You're lying.
Yeah, I've learned so much.
You haven't.
All you did was argue.
You haven't learned anything, because whenever something is pointed out to you,
I have.
You go back, you backpedal, not even backpedaling. You just go back to your belief and you hold on to it.
Guys.
Do you want to know what I learned?
One second, please. Let's just accept, right?
You've learned a lot.
To us, he might seem like
I'm not arguing.
To us, it might seem like he didn't learn anything. But when he's alone, when he's on his own, and starts thinking about the conversation he's had here, right? Hopefully, that's where the learning will come from, right? So yes, it may sound like and seem like he hasn't learned anything, but he will go and think about the things he has said here. He will think about it.
Okay, so let me proceed, please. Let me proceed. Calm down, Nabuki. My brother.
Aries, you were removed by TikTok because of those words. And Millicent was trying to tell you as well, but they got to you before. Yeah.
Okay, so let me just finish what I'm saying. It's not everything cannot be arguments now. I want to leave. This is goodbye speech. We don't argue about that. So, but honestly speaking, I've learned from it. I've been on several platforms like this. I think this is actually one of the most civilized platforms.
What did you learn,
that have this
Isaiah?
kind of
What did you learn? What's the one thing that you can say that you've learned?
One of the things I learned from you is that one of the reasons why you might be against Christianity is because you believe that it's a tool of African mental
That is
enslavement.
wrong.
I learned that from you. But that's what you were saying.
Don't
When you came up.
believe.
You keep talking about
We
Africans
don't
and
believe.
people of color.
We have no belief system. We do not believe. We're not believers.
No.
That's why I'm
Okay,
saying
but
that.
you know. Okay, you know. But believe means to hold something as true. That's what it means.
No, it's just
No.
accept
That's
something
what
is
it means.
true without proof or evidence. You have no proof
Okay,
or
okay.
evidence of your God. Hence,
Okay, you
believe.
know. You know. Is that better?
Yes, we know. But I thought
Okay.
you were going to say something like, oh, today I learned that Yahweh is not a big God, that is actually a small God.
Yeah,
I've actually
learned that you know that, or that's what you've presented. So I learned that. That's why I said I've learned a lot of things from you. But it's fine. Okay, I might not accept your worldview, but I know them and I understand how you have presented them.
That's
and
fine.
I respect that.
Thanks for coming
that's
up
what
here
I'm
and
saying.
speaking.
Thank you. Thank you guys. Take care.
Blessings,
Master
brother.
Isaiah, here is my own
Ogama
goodbye
can go
speech
now.
to
Leave me.
my own goodbye speech, I beg. Just when you get home, when you want to sit and meditate on everything you've heard here, don't put it in the perspective of the Bible. Always remember that that Bible is written by someone which you don't know the motive why they wrote that scripture. So just meditate on that thing. And
that's the thing,
let's
most
always
things we
remember
know.
that there is room for what if.
Yeah, and that goes to you. That same thing goes to you because most of the things that we know, somebody told us. It's not that we've conducted our own experiments. So nobody here most of the things we know we're told.
We also told you how to do research.
See, my own
somebody
own
formed the scientific method.
Master, let him finish now. The guy is saying something, you're talking over him. Let him finish.
My own what if is that, okay, I have proof, not because of African whatever. I have proof, even personally, to prove to 5 years now, before I became an atheist. I just became an atheist 5 years ago. 5 years, and I never for one day cried to one supreme being. My business have been booming to some extent, more than when I am still crying to the so-called Yahweh Father. I was an assistant pastor. I was a Sunday school superintendent. I have a lot of titles in Christendom. So, Baba, I know what I am saying. Love, if you want to follow Christ, hate your father, mother, and sister, but love your enemy, which are those that come to colonize you. Go and think, oh, Baba, I beg. Just meditate. Meditate on it and let's understand why we are choosing it.
Yeah, I'll definitely think about all the things that you've said, and I'll also be praying for all of you as well. One day you come to the knowledge of.
I do not give you permission to pray for me.
Prayer, please don't waste your prayer.
Exactly. Pray for
waste it.
yourself.
Thank
Do
you.
not pray for me. I do not give you.
No, please continue praying. Please, hello, continue praying. Yeah, my mother have been praying for me. I was a little boy that God, don't let my child become a bad boy in your term. A bad boy. An assistant pastor of a Baptist church. If you know the church called Baptist, an assistant pastor of a Baptist church, a Sunday school superintendent of a Baptist church, choir master of Christian Association of Nigeria.
Master Isaiah, if you want to leave, don't ask more questions.
That there are evidence. So my mother have been praying for me that God, don't let this boy turn. I even do past drink, and my business is booming. the time where I know they drink, why I know they do past drink, my business was crumbling, like crumbling. So, Baba, it and reflect, because the
I
reason
beg,
why they claim
Buki, what business do you do, Jerry?
is because of afterlife.
Buki, what business do you do?
Yeah, I make jewelries.
Oh, wow.
I make jewelries. I'm a bead artist. I make jewelries with beads, wire work, fashion as.
See better profession. Child, if you were a believer now, they will tell you that that's when God is not happy with it, and the women are not to adorn their bodies with these things and these things.
I said that was what, because I have a lot of opportunities, because of Christianity.
Sorry, Afro, before we go on, I just want to know if Gabriel is a believer.
I think it is.
I'm not quite sure from the comments. I'm not sure. Gabriel, are you still here?
A believer, sorry, I'm here. A believer in what?
A believer in anything? Are you a believer? Are you a theist? Do you have a belief in a higher power, in a God?
That's a good one. Does a higher power have to be a God?
You can answer the question yes or no.
Anyway, I don't really tag myself as a believer, atheist, and all that stuff. I used to be a Christian. I'm sure most of you as well. I didn't really practice it, but let me just say I was brought up in that religion. So I wouldn't consider myself a believer in that sense, as in God, Bible, and all that stuff. Yeah, but I think my question here, I'm not here to.
No. 1 second. So you haven't really introduced yourself then. So where are you at right now? What do you practice? Do you practice anything?
No, I don't think I practice anything. I just practice being me and finding myself and all that stuff. Like I said, I don't put a tag on myself. Only tag I put is just probably my name, which isn't my real name here.
That's fine. That's okay.
That's the only thing I identify as. Probably maybe my gender as well. But I don't believe in following anything. I don't believe in having shared belief. Okay.
Yeah.
In a way.
So you don't believe there's a God? Because you're coming from a Christian background. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking to know where you're at. You said you've left. Have you left in the sense that you stopped going to church, or have you left in the sense that you just have stopped believing in all of it generally? Like there's no God, you don't believe in the Bible. I'm trying to get a scale, right, to understand, because you said you've left the Christian faith.
Or you went back to African spirituality.
Yeah, so there's different places you could be. I'm trying to understand where you are.
Okay, that's a good one. When you say left, I never really was part of it fully. Like I said, I was brought up in that religion, much like a few of us or most of us here. Go to church, give offering, as a little boy, then maybe as a teenager. Then I guess when I was about 18, 19, I just, had my own independent thoughts. Okay. And I stopped going to church and having all that belief. I think mainly because of the behaviors. I think I noticed the behaviors of those who tag themselves as Christians, the appalling behaviors that they demonstrated.
Please be very careful. Be very careful not to generalize, please.
Okay, fine. Let me just. Okay, fine. Let me put let me put my stepmother in that category then.
Just be very careful, please.
All right, so where I'm at now, right? Can I explain where I'm at now?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. You know, I this is the second time I'm joining this TikTok platform, and this will be the second time I'm also seeing, you know, the second person being victimized. The first one was a lady.
You have to mind your language, right? So you can't use words like the V word you just said, the ATTACK1 as well. You know, certain things TikTok is very, very iffy with certain things. It's not us. We're just saying, you saw how the other guy got taken down immediately. It was TikTok. It would remove you and you get a strike or something or a warning.
All right, man.
I'm just trying to help you, but yeah, go on.
That's fine. I don't even know what to say. Everything I say will get banned.
Okay.
Can you guys just answer me one question?
So we heard the victim, right? That victim word. Who are we doing that to here?
Yeah, it just seems every time I join this channel, there's always somebody who is like being led to the slaughterhouse. You know, I don't know. Is that another banned word?
No, it's not another banned word. But nobody is forced to be here. Nobody has a PPA put on their head and told that they must be here and answer questions. In fact, sometimes I go as far as to say, look, if you don't know the answer to the question, you're not obligated to answer. Nothing on here is by force. So if anyone's here being questioned, it's because they choose to engage in the conversation. And you heard them now.
Gabriel, please, did you hear him just now saying of all the platforms that he has been on, right? This one is one of the ones. What was it he said? Did you hear him? He was even giving us some, he was giving us some positive feedback.
Okay.
Where you're coming from with yours.
Let me just explain something, okay?
Come on, my guy. Come on.
Yeah, it's okay. Let me explain something. I think we're all in the search for truth, because we find ourselves in this great big universe, right? And so many unexplained mysteries and stuff like that. So when I Googled about religions, how many religions exist? Came to about like 4,000 or so, which I don't know if it's accurate or not. So lots of religions, major religions, minor religions, maybe even micro religions as well. And I see all these different religions as a belief system where people adopt to explain the meaning of life and why we are here, this great big universe. Okay? Maybe Christianity is coming from a different angle, Islam coming from a different angle, all trying to give their own explanation of why we are here and make sense of this universe. Because sometimes when I think about it, right, what if this universe didn't exist? Earth and all these planets, galaxies, what if it was just an empty space and nothing exists? What would really happen, right? So it's always a mystery. And the thing about atheism is I always observe that it's always easy for atheists to criticize and exercise this critical thinking when it comes to other religions, especially Christianity. I always notice that. But in the search for truth, I don't really see what you guys are offering as to your own explanation of the universe. You mentioned about the Big Bang Theory, and that's how this universe began. The Christians believe that God created the heavens and the earth and all that stuff. I also, in fact, I would even question this Big Bang Theory, because I don't know how scientists would try and explain something that occurred millions of years ago. Were they there? The same thing that you would ask those who wrote the Bible, say, were they there? How would they know all these things? So how would the scientists know that this is how the universe was created? And we still have mysteries even in the modern day, Egypt. I said, I put that in the comments. Until now, no one has been able, the scientists that they claim to know everything have not been able to explain how the pyramids were built. So I would even question that Big Bang theory. So I don't understand it, right?
So have you tried to ask any sorts of questions around the subject matter? Have you done any sorts of research?
No amount of research, Afro. No amount of research.
I'm asking if you have.
Well, I can attempt, but I don't think I can get the answer to that.
What makes you think that you cannot?
The answer to how the universe was created, or let me even go to what happens after death. Life, is there life after death? Does anyone know?
There is no life after death.
How do you know? Are
you sure? Hold
How
on.
do you know?
Hold on. Have you seen a dead person before?
Please, can I ask a question?
Hold on.
Pardon me.
Let's finish this line of questioning. Then you can ask me a question.
Finish my line of questioning, then you can come in.
Okay, Gabriel, have you
Yes, ma'am.
have you seen a dead person before?
Yes, I've seen a dead person.
Tell me, what indicated to you that that person was dead?
Lifeless, no pulse, no breathing.
Okay, so they were lifeless.
Yes.
So if the person is lifeless, where is life after death? Where's that coming from then, if they're lifeless?
Where is the life coming from?
Okay, let's remove that word. What happens after death?
Okay.
You say nothing. You say nothing. But what is the proof that nothing happens after death?
Once again, you have seen a dead person, right? Tell me, do they start moving around? Do they start going somewhere?
How about the mind?
Do they start partying? Do they start what?
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
This is if you observe the physical, that's the body and all that stuff. So you won't notice any movements. But me myself, I'm here. I have thoughts. You can't touch my thoughts. My thoughts are abstract, right? You can't feel them. You can't touch them.
Yeah.
Right. So what is the proof that the mind? So let me call that the mind, right? The mind thinks. The mind has emotions. Again, these are concepts that are intangible.
Afro, can I
What
take
proof
this?
do you have
Just
that
one
when
second.
a human being dies, that the thoughts, the emotions, the mind, and everything else that is intangible switches off and there is no continuation? I'm not saying there is continuation, but I'm still lost. Okay, I'm still part of the mystery.
Your thoughts are a product. Your thoughts are a product of your brain. Yeah, there's a part of your brain that produces the thoughts that you have. So, as soon as you unalive, right? Oxygen, your brain starved of oxygen, and after a while, it completely shuts down. If your brain shuts down, how is it able to think again? How are you getting? How are you expecting to still be getting thoughts from your brain that is no longer it's no longer functioning? It's no longer functioning. It ends. It's finished. It's done. It's just like before you were born, right? Before you were born, was there anything there? Zero. There's nothing.
Where were you coming from?
Nothingness. You return back to nothingness. And if anyone thinks that there is life after death, then you would have to prove that there is life after death. But we have seen dead people. We've seen it. We've buried dead people. We have taken care of them. But yet, you see, nothing happens with them. But yet, we are still asking, what is that life after death? You just said lifeless. A lifeless person. Where are they going? Where are they going? Unless you can prove that a different part, something
I don't know if there's another, whatever, I don't know what it is, gets up from the dead person and starts going somewhere, unless you can show us, prove it to us. But anyway, Lily, probably going to say something.
Okay, can I quickly ask a question?
Oh, you took the words from my mouth, Afro. I was going to refer to brain death and how it's, apart from us seeing dead people, it's something that can be scientifically proven. It's what they do in hospitals when somebody is in some sort of coma or there are other conditions, but they can diagnose brain death when there's zero brain activity, and then the person is declared. So if there's no activity in the brain, if the brain is dead, it's not working. There's no thoughts, there's no mind left, there's nothing left. It's this nothingness. They can't even breathe on their own at that point.
If science is so accurate, then why can't they test to know what people are thinking and what people are feeling?
Listen, Gabriel, 1 second.
I'm
Right?
listening to you. Go ahead.
To test what? What did he say to test? Gabriel, what did he say to test?
If you can test whether the brain has stopped functioning, as in the mind has stopped functioning, why can't they also test to see what a human being's thoughts are?
When
a human being is alive.
Sorry, you speak. Don't you think your thoughts? Well, most of us, our thoughts are what we verbalize. No.
What I'm saying is,
sorry,
we verbalize it. We bring them to fruition.
Afro, please.
Come on, my people.
Gabriel, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. I'm just trying to get some answers from you guys. That's all.
No, I don't understand. I'm trying to understand. What do you want scientists to do with your thoughts?
No, you're saying if the thoughts are switched off,
in
a lifeless body, right?
Yeah.
And according to Lillipod, they do all sorts of tests to confirm that the thoughts have been switched off when someone dies. Then why can't they also test to ascertain what someone's thoughts are when they're alive? What I'm thinking now. Why can't they do a machine to know what exactly I'm thinking? Come on, it's possible.
Gabriel, what does this achieve?
Lillipod, he's speaking his thoughts.
Which question?
He's speaking his thoughts. We can hear him.
I don't understand.
A lot of the people that invent things, everything you're seeing around you, right, started off as a thought in someone's mind that eventually came out. This gentleman still wants, you know what?
Afro. So I'll say this, Gabriel, it's a good thing you're asking questions, right? I won't knock you for that. However, I would also suggest you do some research. So I watch a lot of documentaries and things on inventions, and I'm from a healthcare background. I'm not a healthcare worker, but anyways, now thing I would point out though is if you do research, you would find that they can monitor brain activity, and you'll be very surprised the extent to which they can monitor brain activity to understand, make inferences about people's thoughts and actions and how it lights up the brain and what part of the brain.
What do you mean make inferences?
So wait, Gabriel, as I said earlier, I like that you're asking questions. I wish that you would do more research on this, right? Because I'm not a specialist on this, right? I'm not a scientist that works on brain activity. However, there are those kinds of people, and they have papers, peer-reviewed studies. They have lessons on YouTube and all of the sorts, right? So from this information you're gathering here, you can go on to check and see how far science has come, or how far medicine, healthcare has come, right?
And to add to that, guys, please, when we're having these conversations, no one is trying to be the center of all things wisdom, right? We are all still learning things. We are all still figuring things out, right? And so, you might know things that we don't know. We might know some things that you don't know. But as a human being, the onus is on you, right? To do the work for yourself and to, keep learning, keep challenging your beliefs, challenging your
your ideas, your worldview. How did you come to the conclusions that you have come to? Right? No one is the source of all truth. You're learning.
Can I say something to that?
And so, please, we're not trying to put ourselves over and above anyone who comes up here and have conversation.
Okay, but can I just say something to that?
Afro, I've been listening keenly. I don't know where to even comment, but I'm still listening to your people.
Okay, Origin. Gabriel, you want to respond?
Afro, can I say something before, you know?
Just 1 second, Origin. Let him finish what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, just hold on, Origin.
Okay, so I think you just confirmed what I've always thought about religions. Okay, so no one religion has the answers to everything, the question of life. Okay, so now you've just confirmed it by saying the same thing from an atheist perspective. So are you also confirming that even the atheists don't have the answer to everything about the universe and about life?
When did an atheist ever say that they did?
So you're still in search for the truth. So in a way, atheism is a sort of religion, right?
You know,
no, Gabriel, that's what I've been answering. So myself, Afro, this guy has been in the comments. Myself and somebody else. Who was that? It's not of kindness. I forget who was in the comments. Was it Susan? Anyways, myself and someone else has been responding to him regarding this atheist stand that he has, the perspective he has. He seems to believe it's a religion of sorts. We've said time and time again, atheism is the answer to your God claim. We don't believe in the gods. That's it.
Yeah, but that's a belief. But that's a belief.
We don't. It's the lack of belief. It's quite literally the lack
of belief. No, you believe that there is no God, and you align your belief system with science.
Gabriel, please be respectful of us, please. Please,
I'm very respectful, and I'm also
hold on, please. Lilliput, can you go?
If you would let me learn about your.
Wait 1 second, Lilliput, go right again, and I will let Buki also say something to that, please. Lilliput, go over that again, please.
All right, so Gabriel, as in the comments, right? And you keep saying you're trying to learn, but when I say something or when another atheist says something, you then go back to the same thing the first thing you said. Again, I'll repeat myself, right? Atheism is the answer to your God claim, to the God claim. Let me not say your God claim, to the God claim.
Yeah.
We don't believe, it's the lack of belief in the God claim. It's the lack of belief. There is no belief in the God claim. That's it.
Okay, so it's just based on God claim.
Yes, that's atheism. That's what the description of atheism means. So I can be so many other things. I can be feminist or misogynist, or I can be anything else, but atheism is also another descriptive. That's it.
Okay, so when Afro used the Big Bang Theory to explain the origin of the universe, is that her personal opinion, or is that coming from an atheist perspective? Because there seems to be a lot of alignment with science when it comes to atheism.
Perspective.
Well, I went online. I went on the AI. I put it here. It was not my perspective.
Fine, but why are you borrowing from science and the Big Bang Theory to explain the universe?
My guy, becoming an atheist does not mean that one should now become dense now.
Yeah. It's
becoming an atheist, does that mean that one should now become dense?
I am learning, and what I am learning is telling me with evidence that this thing does not exist, and I choose to follow that path, not to believe.
Buki, okay, as an atheist, if I ask you, please explain the origin of life, the origin of the universe, what would be your answer?
We don't know. We don't know. We have no answer. We don't know.
I saw myself in this world. So I saw myself.
Gabriel, did you get the answer from Afro? Sorry, Origin. Gabriel, but did you get the answer Afro said? Afro gave you?
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know. Yes, we don't know.
Okay. Gabriel, have you heard of
Hey, skeptical African, where have you been? Skeptical African runaway soldier. Sorry, go on, please.
Gabriel, have you actually heard of the how do you call it, the Hubble observation done in 1920? Actually, the Edwin Hubble actually developed stethoscopes. I mean, cameras that were projected into space and gave observations about the galaxies, and therefore we had the Hubble law that looked extensively, conducted research into the Big Bang theory. Did you also look at the microwave background radiation study that was also done by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson in the 1960s into the same Big Bang theory that revealed that? Have you ever looked at that?
Not really, but I'm really interested in why this is the second atheist that's pointing to the Big Bang theory. Why is this?
Because the Big Bang theory is not just a theory. Scientists have evidence.
This is now becoming your belief system. You say you don't have a belief.
Hold on, my brother.
Borrowing beliefs from science to explain.
You just asked a question. Excuse me. You just asked a question. The origins of life, and then you turn around. You're being told the answer to the question that you asked, and now you're saying, "Oh, it's your belief." Then why ask the question? What is this?
I guess
What is going on here?
I guess this man is just.
You see, even science does not claim to be absolute.
Hello. Sorry. I guess this man is just here to tackle an atheist. He's not here to learn. He's just here to tackle the atheist. So please, I don't think he's ready to.
Please, I don't think you should bother explaining, because whatever you do explain, he will still go back to atheist, this atheist, that. There's no point. The questions that he's asking.
It is not wrong. That is what you are portraying.
It's wrong.
He can go and do the research himself.
Yeah, let me just explain something, okay? Let me just explain something. Now, I'm a respecter of people's views. Okay, I like to really explore.
No, you are not.
You won't let me speak.
We're telling you things, and you are you're trying to invalidate.
I'm not.
You're trying to invalidate atheists.
No, I'm trying to embrace atheism, right?
No, you're not. This is what I said. From the comments, he had been doing this way before he joined the panel, right? He had been doing this thing of asking a question when we present answers, or say, listen, it's okay to not know everything and to accept that I don't know everything. For me, I'm okay accepting it because I don't need to know everything. I don't think any one person knows everything, right? Mm-hmm. So I answered that, and then immediately he's like, yeah, so if you atheists don't know everything, why are you speaking against Christians? Why are you analyzing? No, it's not even why you're speaking against, it's why are you analyzing Christianity? What?
All right, so you're
not here to learn. You're really just here to put atheists down.
Allow me into your circle to understand your perspective.
No.
When you say understand our perspective is that we do not believe in the existence of God. If you want to understand my perspective on things, you have to ask me what perspective on what exactly.
Yeah, I also don't believe in the existence of a God, right? A God that is personified. That is.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't believe. But what we are saying is, you have every right not to believe in whatsoever, and you have every right to believe in whatsoever. But what is the empirical evidence to back your claim? That's what we're saying. If you talk about the Big Bang Theory, scientists looked into that claim.
Wow.
And I gave you Edwin Hubble's discovery of the redshift of distant galaxies, by the use of the telescope, which was done in the 1920s. And they saw that, which indicates that the stars moving away, in a form of scattered, moving away from its, that galaxy that they were looking at. So, and also another scientist, also Arno Pazia and Robert Wilson, also looked into the cosmic waves and background radiation in the universe, and they also came out to realize that the Big Bang Theory may have some form of credibility, because it still boils down to the fact that the cosmic waves and stars, especially the stars in the universe that converge to form one galaxy system, we're moving apart and moving away. So when you trace it, you backdate it and trace it back, you see that it's a likelihood that the Big Bang Theory has some factual evidence. You understand? But science doesn't claim to be absolute. This is the reason why there is always room for investigation, research. There was one time Copernicus came out and said, the Earth was the center of the universe, and everybody believed it for 100 years.
Right.
But when research was done into it, they found out that the Earth is just a planet orbiting the sun. Do you understand? So
I want to ask you something.
So let me say this. You made reference of something that drew my attention. That is why I came back. You said, how do we determine things that happen in the brain? We have a lot of scientific diagnosis done today to determine, brain activity. PET scan, CT scan, are done. MRI scan. We even hormonal imbalance of the body. You can use blood tests and to measure the various hormones in your body.
That's just signals. The brain gives us electrical,
And that is what I'm saying. That is the
that's all.
examination. That is the examination we are talking about.
Yeah, but that examination can't tell what the brain is thinking, can it?
It can. Remember that.
What?
Listen to me. We are in the 21st century. Remember that.
I would love this machine, man.
Remember that sensory testing. Listen, neurological exams, can easily be. You can test sensory, nerves, and text for motor activities. Autonomic testing can be done. Nerve conduction studies can be done. Electromammographic, which we all know to be EMG, can be done to determine the way the neurological activities in the mind. It can.
Fine. It's just testing for, like I said, electrical signal, neurons, and all that stuff, but it can't exactly tell what someone is thinking. But can I just go back to this Big Bang thing? Yeah, I'm really
listen. Do you know what?
Ask this question about the Big Bang.
Let me ask you this question. I think, I don't know whether you understand. If you have hormonal imbalance, do you know what it can cause in a human being?
Or I can go in the mood all the time.
You can have weight changes, fatigue, your skin and hair loss. You can even have skin and hair loss.
That's
You
nothing
can
to do
have
with the mind.
irregular. Listen, my brother. Listen to what I'm saying. Your mind is like a database system balancing everything about your body. It controls your central nervous system. It controls your whole body. The mind is such. That is why the mind is the last organ to die in your body. When your mind dies, that's it. You're gone. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
And your mind is such a very unique part of your body that needs even care. It's high time a lot of us don't take mental health seriously, but these issues must be discussed. I'm happy you're asking the questions, but science has advanced to a level today that the mind can easily be examined and diagnosed efficiently. So take advantage of that. I rest my case. Afro, I don't want to talk that much.
I wanted to ask something about the Big Bang. Am I okay to?
Gabriel, on your own, right? Have you researched the Big Bang before? Like not listening to some video, or even if it's a video, have you researched the Big Bang before?
Yes.
What did you find?
What did I find? Afro explained it about.
No. Outside of this panel, have you researched? Yeah.
Yeah, a while ago, but it's been a while. But like I said, when I heard Afro talk about it, confirm everything I read.
Okay, so what did you? Yeah. Okay, so give a summary of what you found in your research.
Vaguely, an explosion all of a sudden happened, and all the elements perfectly come together and formed something out of nothing, right? Something like that, right? It was a big bang, a big explosion, and the explosion involved a lot of elements, like she said, air, water, and all that stuff. Then it came together, and something was formed. Am I correct? So that's like the Big Bang theory. So when Origin was talking about the Big Bang theory, it seemed like it was formed out of nothing. So prior to the Big Bang theory, there was an empty space. Nothing was there. I wouldn't even call it a vacuum. There's nothing there. A vacuum suggests there's corners and stuff. There was absolutely nothing there. And then something ignited, and bang, all the elements come together from nowhere and formed something, a universe, a Milky Way, galaxy, whatever the case may be. Now, the question I have is, how is that different from what the Bible or the Christians believe, that in the beginning, God created, or God said something and immediately the Big Bang happened? So let's say you put the Big Bang theory together and Genesis together. They're not contradicting, are they? It could be.
What?
I wasn't there, but let's just put these two things together, right? Just two theories together, right? So let's say in the beginning, God or the force or whatever, the being, or what, let me not even call it being, or the force that was responsible, because something has to be responsible for something. Energy is not created out of nothing. There must have been something that, an explosion, for example. Explosion happens because of the energy, right? Something happens, something puts that thing together. So let's say there's a force behind it, a higher, you call it a higher being, or whatever you think that you called it at the beginning. Why isn't nothing responsible for the Big Bang that occurred? If the Christians choose to call that thing God, that it was God that created, Why are they wrong?
Okay, let me explain to you. There are
Wait, sorry,
key.
Origin, 1 second. So sorry, quick one, right? It's not right to say they are similar stories because it's quite different, right? So in the Christian faith, like you said, most of us grew up in Christian households. So and I remember the creation story quite well.
Yes.
There was God and there was an order of creation of things, and not once was an explosion mentioned. 1, 2, the way the humans were made is also described there, right? And plants and things. He just spoke them into being, right? So I wouldn't say they're similar stories, would you?
It doesn't expressly need to mention the word
No, but you
explosion in
need
the
to correct
Bible, does
yourself.
it?
No. You need to correct that statement because they're not similar stories.
What I'm asking
Okay,
you
can
is,
I?
that Big
Can I?
Bang theory was as a
1 second.
result of
I can
what
rip
happened
apart
in
the
the
Christian.
book of Genesis,
Gabriel,
chapter 1, verse 1.
Gabriel,
I can rip apart the Christian account of.
No, I'm asking you,
nature.
what if
Gabriel, can
the
I
Big
answer
Bang
your
theory
question?
was as a result of Genesis chapter 1, verse 1?
Can I answer your question?
Is that not possible?
No, let me answer your question, Gabriel.
Okay.
Unlike the Bible that has no evidence, no nothing, no research, peer review, nothing to even consider just like the Bible based on assumption.
Yes.
Remember, the Big Bang theory is based on several evidential principles that were tested over time. Let me give you those principles. The expansion of the universe. Extensive research has been conducted into the expansion of the universe, and they're still discovering new galaxies and new planets till today. The universe is still expanding, which proves the Big Bang theory. Another point was the cosmic microwave background radiation. They also found out that the radiation of which also proves the Big Bang theory, and the observed abundance of light elements which are continue to expand and spread over time. These observations independently were looked into, where research was conducted into these 3 important elements that proves the Big Bang theory. The Big Bang theory was not just a theory formulated and people just went and ran with it. No, scientists did extensive examination and research into this theory.
Okay. I'd like to add to what you've just said. A key word that you should point out is all of this is demonstrable, right? Because people from all over the world, that's what you're saying. I'm trying to bring it now to him claiming it's similar. Now, all of the things that Origin has spoken about, they're demonstrable. If you decide to conduct your own research today, you likely come up with the same results. However, the Christian creation story isn't demonstrable. Otherwise, like he mentioned, we would see research papers on it. Gabriel, if you're speaking, you're away from your app, so we can't hear you. But demonstrable, demonstrable Big Bang theory, non-demonstrable creation story.
Okay. Are you done? Lilliput, are you done?
I mean, my mic is mute now, so.
Okay. So again, more support for Big Bang theory by atheism. So am I
issue with you? It's you are really on here to nitpick and say, you see, you atheists are wrong. You atheists believe in science and that science is wrong. That's what you're here. Don't
No, I'm just
trying
to work out the foundation of
I'm
atheism,
tired.
whether it's
I'm
science.
tired. Somebody else joined the platform. Julian, do you want to introduce yourself?
Gabriel loves the wine on that for you. See this guy, Gabriel, you're here to challenge science, right? So I want you to tell us, what religion?
That's science.
What
Let me just
religion?
say the Big Bang Theory.
Just say. Oh, why that particular one?
Julian, long
You would
time
have
no
challenged.
see you. Long time
How are
no
you, my love? You
Julian,
okay?
my friend. Yes.
I've been a bit busy though. I just wanted to ask the man,
Yes, sir.
what
Yes, sir.
has religion, done? Like what have you used as religious?
What do you use?
Like for one, you're talking to us with a device, right?
Yeah.
From technology and science, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell us which thing you've used as religious or from a religion that has consistency. Give us one.
Absolutely nothing.
Thank you. Now, with that alone, that tells you that science wins every time. You drive a vehicle, you use a phone, you sit down in your house, you watch a television, you don't know where those signals are coming from, you have no clue. But it is done from research, from hard work. It is not guesswork. It is not assumption. Or I heard
the Big Bang Theory is
a voice in my head. Sorry?
I said the Big Bang Theory is certainly guesswork. I mean, if you're going to...
It isn't. Like the man told you up there, it has been done, research over research, papers. There are different things. You can go and look it up. That's why they asked you.
Would you say
you haven't looked it up at all? That's the problem.
Would you say it's 100% accurate?
So the Bible version of creation is the worst one.
For sure, for sure.
Absolutely stupid, I would say. 100%. Thinking that two people can populate the world is insane. The world we know now is insane.
Mind you, Julian, it happened multiple times. Okay, don't forget there was Adam and Eve, and then Noah and his family had to repopulate the earth as well. Yeah,
bunch of storybooks.
Very, very silly book.
Very silly. Do you know how different we are as Black people? First of all, then you want to add the other race. Is impossible. The Jeep is too vast. It's too much.
Okay, then how
so
do
that
you
alone?
About then? Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. There is no point you asking questions you cannot answer, or no one can find. We don't know. We could have been here billions of years, and we've done this over and over and over and over. We could have destroyed the world, populate it, destroy. We could have done this over and over again. We don't know.
We don't know. Yes.
Nobody knows. And if someone tells you they know, that person is lying. Facts.
Correct. Correct.
So
he'll say no correct point now, and then he'll run back and be like, "Oh, but you see, you atheists, and the Big Bang. I don't believe, he does this."
I have issues with the Big Bang Theory.
He's been running in circles so much. I'm sure the heels of his shoe are big
fine.
Oh my God.
To have problems with the Big Bang Theory, it's okay. But say
I do
believe which one? I believe science more than that. Because it's open for correction, they can still look at it and
Julia,
change
don't
things.
use the word believe. He's going to jump on that right now.
Hey.
Sorry. Wow.
See, exactly.
My
dare you believe
My
in
bad.
science? How dare you? That is
my bad. I misspoke.
That's the belief right there.
It's not. It is about knowledge. It is about knowing. It is not about believing. If that makes sense.
Right. The things about the Big Bang that have been mentioned here, this will be the last time I will repeat this. It's demonstrable. It's not one study coming from one obscure place we don't know. It's demonstrable. Especially the three things that Origin has mentioned. I can't remember all of them, but I've seen them before and I've read about them before, right? And they're demonstrable. Even if you have doubts and it doesn't explain every single thing, It starts somewhere. It starts something. Do you understand that? Like it gives you some sort of foundation, right? But if you're gonna say, oh, I don't believe it because it sounds too ludicrous or because I can't comprehend all of it, then that's fine as well. Like, just accept that, be aware of it, that it's your capacity maybe that, is the issue here, or, whatever it is. But don't say, because it makes you sound a type of way, right? Don't say, oh, it has no grounds, or if you do some simple research, you would see where the grounds are. Right? You can go across many different studies and come back maybe.
Yeah, you can do that. And it's the same people that have put satellites in space. Those ones orbiting the Earth. Your prayer, did your prayer send those satellites in space?
No. He's distancing himself from Christianity right now.
No, he shouldn't. He should stick to it, because
I'm not
you believe.
I'm not a Christian. I don't have a religion.
So imagine that. Yeah, prayers will not send those satellites in space, right?
Gabriel, you might
it's
not.
Science that
Gabriel,
sent
you
them
might not identify.
You're forcing Christianity on me. I said I'm not a Christian.
Gabriel, you might not identify as a Christian right now, but you seem to be begging to go back to it because you want to hold the Christianity version of creation over what is demonstrated, and you can research on, if I don't know, maybe you have studies of how humans can be made from clay and is demonstrable, maybe then you can share with me. I'm open to learn.
Maybe this is just a side topic here, but the same scientists have still not been able to explain lots of things. Forget about
Gabriel,
the
does
galaxy.
that mean
Even on this earth, the scientists have still not been able to explain lots of mysteries here.
Gabriel, I want you to point me to one Christian that has the answer for everything, or one theist. Let's even leave Christianity. One theist that has the answer for everything.
That's my point.
Like, that has a detailed answer for everything.
Proving my point.
Atheism. No. Listen, Gabriel, we're coming back. Gabriel. We're coming back to the foundational comments you made, right? Oh, you think atheists, know everything. Atheists are not claiming to know everything. Atheism is the answer to the God question. We have said this repeatedly. I have said it to you in the comments, and I've said it to you on here as well. Atheism is the answer to the God question. I lack a belief in in the claim for a God, right? Or gods, whatever. I lack belief. That's the thing. I'm not saying I know everything under the earth. Come on, Gabriel. Please don't make any of us have to repeat this to you.
Gabriel
It's so
is making a child's argument.
It really is at this point.
The human race is an infant. We have
thank you,
reached
Dr.
our
Thank
peak
you.
at all. In terms of technology and science, we are still growing in that field. So because the improvements we've made in the past 100 years alone is leaps and bounds. So you think that we are at our peak. We should know everything at this point. We haven't even started. When we were younger, you see the fat television we used to use back in the day with tuned cable and wires. Now we're using flat. They told you one day.
Talk about the desktop, the computer.
Exactly. Or the phone you have in your hand, wireless.
Why can't the same thing be said of religion? Religion is still in its infancy.
Gabriel, go and do your research and stop this. Stop this. It's childish now. It's very immature. Stop it. Stop it. We've been trying to keep this as open as possible and engage, but you keep running around in circles. So when you get to a point and then you find some new information, you run right back to the beginning. You don't want to assimilate any new thing. You don't want to take on any new thing. You don't want to consider anything else. You just want to run back to the same arguments you have come here with. It's okay. A lot of facts and a lot of argument has been presented to you. You refuse to take everything. It's immaturity to keep going back in the same circle with you. Somebody else is on here. Tahaka, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. Please correct me.
Yes, that's right.
Say hello. Oh, okay, good. Say hello. Introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Taharka. I'm just I wanted to speak on the Big Bang. He said he couldn't. I'm not a believer, by the way. I'm an atheist, and he said he couldn't. I guess fathom how it works, or how it's testable. So I just wanted to speak to that real quick, if I could.
Don't bother. Don't bother. I believe it now, so don't bother.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Gabriel, don't lie.
I do.
Gabriel.
I do.
Well
You convinced me. You managed to convince me. Yeah.
It takes courage, to divert from that Garden of Eden story. To deviate.
No, but seriously, Gabriel, jokes
from
aside,
eating apples.
I really encourage you, right? Because I don't want you to take, Lilliput's word. I don't want you to take, Julian's word or Origins. Really, truly, sit down, do your own research, make your notes, ask more questions, find more critical studies even, right? So that's the way to make to do research. You can find critical studies on the subject and review that, analyze it, right? Go for it. Just you're free, don't just take what was said on the panel, right? And then another day again, come back if you have new information.
Okay, I certainly will be back to see the next lamb that's led to the slaughterhouse here.
Okay, you're gonna get taken down by TikTok, and I will laugh because I've been telling you to be careful with things you say. So anything that could be remotely related to violence, that could get you taken down.
Oh, okay, the S word.
So Gabriel, can I ask you this? Do you have basic understanding of graphs, like how graphs work?
Wow. Yeah. Okay, graphs. Wow. Go ahead.
Does it? Come on, Gabe. Don't say
I'm
yes.
just asking. Do you?
He doesn't.
Oh, what graphs? Please go ahead. What type of graphs, please?
You understand what the x-axis is, the y-axis?
X and Y, yes, for sure. Yeah. X horizontal, Y is vertical.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have basic understanding of statistics.
Statistics. Go ahead.
You would be able to, for example, break down the percentages of hydrogen and helium and lithium if you were to see these demonstrated on a graph.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So this is how you can test the Big Bang Theory.
Just from graphs and
yeah, absolutely.
Statistics.
All you have to do, absolutely. All you have to do is go to NASA's website, right, and download the
NASA.
Download.
That's if I trust NASA.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said that's if I trust NASA.
Okay, but this is not. This was what scientists, and then NASA is just hosting it on their site, and you can just download it from there. All right. I can even give you the link.
And they're not political or biased in any way, huh, NASA?
Okay, give me a moment so I can explain to you what's happening here. You download what's called the WMAP,
controlled by the American government with no interest in manipulating the worldview, huh?
Let him finish.
Yeah, but I don't really like NASA.
It's not
politics. But you asked, yeah, this is not at all. I mean, currently the American government doesn't want to fund NASA. It doesn't want to fund science. For really this very reason. This is led by Christian evangelicals who don't want science to disprove their God. So if I can continue, if you go to this link, you can download what's called the Wilkerson Microwave Anisotropy Probe data. This data
in the comments because so anybody else that wants to check it out can check that out. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. I'll type it in just a moment.
You're American?
I grew up in America, yes. So you can download this, or I grew up in the United States, I should say. You can download this, and all you have to do,
What's the difference?
when you download it, you'll see full sky maps of every region of the universe. Okay, these are downloadable data sets. The early universe left over radiation that is uniform in all directions. There should be tiny variations in this radiation. So you'll see some hot spots and some cold spots, which seeded like the early formations of galaxies. So one of those cold spots would be the Milky Way.
So is that the,
All right?
is that before the Big Bang theory thing?
This is how the Big Bang occurred. This is the traces of the Big Bang. Which wasn't a bang, by the way. It's more like an expansion of it's just the expansion of the universe. That's just what they call it.
Okay, but all these elements that you're mentioning, how did they come about before the Big Bang? I mean, what brought them about? Because
I'm not saying this came before the Big Bang. I'm
it
saying
must have been some other type of Big Bang that created
if you
other
would
elements
shut your
together.
mouth and listen, you would
Let me
understand
shut
what
my
I'm
mouth.
saying. Yes.
No, okay, let's hey,
Okay, let me shut my mouth.
stop.
I'll shut my mouth.
Let's be respectful, okay? And also let's speak one at a time.
Respectfully, just short
Yeah,
it for
let's
a bit.
also
Yeah,
let's also speak one at a time. So Tahaka, finish your submission, and then Gabriel, you can respond, and then when Gabriel is speaking, same thing. So yeah, let's go.
Okay. So the Big Bang occurs. After it occurs, all of these things I'm telling you to look at are the after effects of the Big Bang. This is how you tested to trace back the things that occurred after what we call the Big Bang. That's what this is. All right. So none of this is before. The radiation that's left over and that's uniform in all directions, these tiny variations, which are really just, because the map is small compared to what the universe is, because so to you, it's going to look like tiny variations.
Nice.
All of these are different galaxies that have formed. All right.
Beautiful.
Okay. I don't need like the amen corner. I just need you to listen. Like I don't think you're actually listening.
I said beautiful.
Mm-hmm. So you should be able to then test how this happened. There's relative amounts of hydrogen, helium, and lithium that's observed in the universe that are exactly what the W maps confirm as the early conditions of the universe right after the Big Bang.
Okay.
So these.
Whilst you're on this hydrogen thing, no offense, right? No offense. Whilst you're on this element of hydrogen, is that two hydrogen elements combined together, right? That's
Listen,
two hydrogen atoms combined
there are going to
together,
be
right?
things that are going to show up graphed. There are going to be things that will show up graphed in different colors, or graphed because there's various versions of this map. Some of them are colored versions, some of them are numbered, but either within numbers or the colored versions, there will be various elements that will show up in various different forms that you'll be able to view yourself in these graphs and be able to trace back how early galaxies were formed and trace all of this back to about 380,000 years ago to see how not 380,000 years ago, 380,000 years after the Big Bang, to see how the early universe itself was formed. So the cosmic background, like that red dot of radiation that you see in the very earliest forms in the universe, you will be able to mathematically trace that back yourself. And it doesn't require high math. All it requires is statistics.
Okay, but can I ask you a question on this?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're explaining this Big Bang thing, you got to keep explaining all the way back. You got to keep going all the way back, because now I'm going to ask you to explain the hydrogen then. How did the hydrogen come about?
Yeah, I'm telling you, you can do that yourself, because explaining all the way back, like every single step in the detail,
you got to do it for me.
That would take days of explanation.
So Gabriel, he's coming to the same point, right? Which is for you to take responsibility for, you know, your learning from this point on, right? So, because you had some good discussions here today, you'd agree, right? You've been presented with a lot of information. So now it's left for you to carry on the research, right? And, you know, evaluate what you find, compare it with what you've heard. Also, again, look at critical studies, right? Look at critical reports and comments and all of that, right? So it's not for you to get all of it from tonight, right? Because it is quite a lot, right? So he's saying the same thing. He can only give you like a minimal level. He can only give you what he's giving you now, and he's asking you to you know, go a step further for yourself, right?
Okay, I will. I'll check out nothing.
Tahaka, anything else?
Can I also
Lilypod, thank you. It's very clear this person's not going to listen.
So he listened a bit.
Listen.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He doesn't want me to listen.
Origin
doesn't want me to listen.
No, Gabriel, don't say that. Come on. Origin, please go on.
Yeah, and Gabriel, how do you call it? Biologically, or you know, it's impossible for two people to populate the earth. As to have 8 million, let me explain to you why scientifically it's impossible. The numerous how do you call it? Diseases.
I will show you how it's done.
Hold on a sec.
Said right. Let's let each other speak and, you know, make our submissions, and then you get your turn.
The numerous diseases and conditions alone that human race is privy to, it's not possible for two people to populate this earth. You're talking about the hemoglobin diseases, sickle cells diseases
created by man.
Oh, come on. Thalassemia. And we're talking about the hemoglobin SC disease, hemoglobin E disease, sickle cell beta thalassemia, and all these are dangerous diseases that if two people were to populate this earth, they will not even get to the fifth how do you call it, generation. The whole generation will be wiped off from this earth.
Good. So let the monkeys do it instead.
Gabriel.
Sorry about that. Sorry.
Can you hang on?
Sorry about that. Sorry.
So you know, an extensive research has been done into these things based on environmental factors and the way of life, food and all that. And because of the prevalence of these diseases, it just absolutely does not meet any scientific, evidence to prove that two people are capable of populating this earth. It's not possible. We have too many things to prevent us. Even the cancers alone, you know, when extensive research was done to look into this, we could not even reach 7th generation.
Yeah.
It's possible that you can populate to some extent, but because when you look at the the various diseases that affect human beings today, and you backdate it, and you do that regressional analysis, and you check for other population over time, it just doesn't meet any scientific, common sense method to prove that humans, just two people can populate this. It's not possible.
No.
You can if you say the only proof that has shown was about 500 to 1,000 people, yes, populating the earth is possible. But for just 2 people, they will not even reach the 10th generation before the whole world is wiped off based on these dangerous hemoglobin diseases. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay. So then what are you saying? Is it the apes that started the population?
Science never said that apes started human race. Let me explain to you what
Please
science
ask him
said.
where he got this from. Please ask him first. Ask him where he got this from.
Evolution theory.
Are you being sarcastic, or I don't understand?
No, if you say humans didn't start, if you say humans didn't, 2 people didn't start the human race, then that means maybe you're referring to the evolution. So is
No,
it
what I'm saying
apes?
is that
Is
what
it 2
I'm
apes
saying
that
is that
started
there were
the?
multiple. The only evidence, the only thing that can be sensible enough is that multiples of people,
How many?
wherever we came from, I don't know, but we've science is still, we are still in the research mode. We are still researching till today. We're still discovering new stuff, new planets and all that today. So until we have that evidence of where multiple people arrived, or arrived on this earth, or somehow were created on this earth and they populated this earth, we are still researching. You understand?
Okay.
It's a process, but we should not just make up stories, religious stories, just to make a point of the unknown. Rather, what should motivate us is there is a job to do, there is knowledge to be seeked, there is investigation we have to do. So let's all put our effort to do more research so we can discover more things, to be more aware of our environment, our universe. That's what I think the best way to go. Even today in science, you heard that in medicine, in the 90s, even early 2000s, they discovered, they brought in a new way of eliminating hereditary diseases from the embryo, which I think a lot of people is becoming more popular today, that we are talking about artificial babies. It's CRISPR and eugenics is being practiced now and is coming into the mainstream. That would help our population so they can be more resilient to our human activities on this earth and live longer. That means the population is going to have more, more better resilience to life. That means people are going to live longer. I hope that we are able to practice this, because a Chinese man actually used this technology to take away the HIV virus from the embryo in China, and he was put in jail for 5 years. So people, there is extensive research going on into medicine, into science, into technology, so we can understand the universe. We all have to just work hard to give that knowledge more instead of holding on to belief. I would rather go with facts and evidence than belief.
Yes.
Gabriel, you've asked a couple questions. Can I ask, do you have any response to the prompt on Afro's screen?
To the prompt on Afro's screen. Okay, yeah, the challenging the Jesus religion in Africa. Yes, I have a response to that. Like I said in the beginning, I don't practice Christianity. That's because I'm African. Okay, and when I look at this thing called Christianity and the Bible and everything, it seems it wasn't meant for Africans. Okay, it was meant for those people in the Middle East. I don't want to mention any names. So these are the godfathers. All those individuals mentioned in Genesis and Exodus and all those chapters were the godfathers of this in a group of people. They were not my godfathers. They are not my godfathers. So I just don't feel that. Of course, it's a borrowed religion in Africa, and it's caused so much issues in Africa.
And Gabriel, I hope that you continue to decolonize your mind, and because look, I was also in that religion for 40 years.
Whoa, long time.
And to be honest with you, for 8 years I was a ordained preacher of the Presbyterian Church.
Wow.
And but when you do your research and you read the councils of Rome, how Christianity was put together by the councils, the 7 councils of Rome, as a means of conquest, then you understand what the Flavian dynasty did.
Yes.
First of all, they wanted to be, when they wanted themselves, at one point in time, they themselves, the Romans, they called themselves gods. The Flavian dynasty, aka the Caesars, they once upon a time called themselves gods, and they wanted everybody to worship them. So, but when they fell short of their humanity, and they realized that they are not as different from anybody else. They could die like everybody else. They could be sick like everybody else. They experience the same challenges that all of us experience. Then they moved on to something else, so they can use this as a means of control. So Rome, expanded and wanted everybody in as part of their umbrella, because remember, Rome colonized Rome. Also, when they brought the Greeks under their control, they used the Greek philosophers to indoctrinate everybody. One beautiful thing Rome did was they learned a lot of philosophy from the Greeks. And so they saw how unique that system could be, how they could use it to influence people. That is the reason why they created all these religions. And oh boy, 45,000 denominations so far, and they are making, economically, these people make a lot of money every year
You're
through
from Ghana?
ignorance.
You're from Ghana, right?
Yeah, I'm from Ghana. Yes.
Okay. Yes, yeah, I believe I have the same, views as you. Anyway, I think after hearing everything from all of you, I'm actually convinced now to be an atheist. So where do I
That
sign up?
wasn't the point here, anyways. So you came up, you had questions, and we responded to the best of our abilities. Nobody was here trying to convert you.
Where do I sign up?
Don't worry, Gabriel. We have monthly dues. We have a registration fee.
Oh no, you're one of them.
Don't worry. I'll send you the link where you write and sign up.
Oh, no. I was running from this, like going from the frying pan to the fire. All right, thank you so much, man.
You've been a good sport at the end of the day. Yeah. So thanks for coming up and speaking.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Origin.
Yes.
I've heard your story before, but I this is the first time I'm hearing you were a minister for eight years.
Yeah. It was
That's a long time.
Well, what happened was I wrote a whole lot of, I'll say my stubbornness, instead of being quiet, I decided to write a whole long petition to the Presbyterian Church about all the atrocities and things, that the observations I saw in the Bible not to just make any sense. And my people, they ostracized me. They said I was possessed.
you know, and they did a whole lot, you know. So finally, when it was becoming unbecoming, I just then I quit and I left. I quit it. So it was an experience. It was an experience, but it's you know, the funny aspect of it is all your friends and all your networks and connections, especially when you come from that background, you would, if you are not a strong person, you would you know, it will affect you because you lose a lot of friends and, you know, networks. So but it's the only thing you realize, you have a lot of freedom. You, when you leave religion, you have a deep sleep. It's like a big burden has been lifted off your shoulders. It's relief, big relief. You feel free from this oppression and, you know, slavery. And most Christians will really, I think most Christians really want to leave, but what is keeping them still in that religion is the bondage of heaven and hell, because they have indoctrinated most of our people. As a matter of fact, psychologically programmed and enslaved most Christians to this heaven and hell theory. So they have that fear, big fear of leaving. You know, because when you read the Bible, you see all the atrocities. How can a whole God choose that just a group of people and decides to, you know, you know, use them to oppress others, unalive others, you know, even allow them to practice cannibalism in the Bible. If they're under sea, they can eat up their children. You know, they can buy other human beings as slaves from other nations around them. Leviticus 25:44. You know, if anyone who does not believe in the God of Israel must be put to unalivement, whether male or female. 2 Chronicles 15:13. You know, these are, you see, when you're reading the text, you will scratch your head. You say, what's all this? You know, even if you are that devoted Christian, you scratch your head. That's why they have all these, you know, they've enslaved most of our people with the God is not our ways, God's ways is not our ways, and you know, all these texts, all these narratives to just keep our people remain in that box, that religion box, Christianity box. So it's a and so far as we don't have answers to the afterlife, that gap is still holding a lot of people. That is the reason why many Christians are still in religion today.
Absolutely.
If we find evidence of the afterlife and we have solid, you know, evidence of what it is to pass on from this earth, what it is, what are the merits, and we have concrete evidence to prove that, then you see everybody, let me tell you, everybody will leave every religion on this earth. Everybody will leave, because the fact that we don't have answers to the afterlife, that's the reason why people are religious. And it's pathetic, but we ought to go back to common sense than just you know, following illusions and assumptions, and you know, it's crazy.
I want to ask everyone else on the panel their backgrounds, right? Tahaka, did you have a Christian background?
Absolutely. I grew up Southern Baptist in the United States.
How did you get out of religion? What was that like?
I think I was always very, very curious as a child. Like I read through the Bible 2 or 3 times by the time I was about to graduate high school. But I was always interested in history, so I looked at various other myths and things of that nature. I was coming across the contradictions that are in the book, in the Bible, and noticing that a lot of what I was seeing in the Bible was very similar to other like Mediterranean faiths, and how we continued to try to like make God like all knowing and all good and all these things when the Bible itself doesn't really say that. And when you compare it to other Mediterranean faiths in that time period, it's very similar. Like there was no theological embarrassment for those people in ancient times for God to lie like he does in Genesis 2:17, or to send a deceitful spirit to Ahab, or to murder or commission the murder of thousands of people. So all these things, there was no in that ancient time theological embarrassment for people to have that. But we are always trying to make it so that he's always good, and we justify horrendous things with that, like child rape and things of that nature. And so like I'm just wrestling with all these things as I'm coming up, and maybe at the age of 21, I was just kind of like, you know what? Yeah, all of this is ridiculous.
That's early, and I'm really jealous, by the way, but go on. It took me a bit longer, but go on.
No, yeah, I was 21 years old when I left the church completely.